Hello. How am I sounding? Am I sounding faint? Too loud? Not loud enough? Too soft? How about now? Canadian. STFU. Ben. Now it's good? Okay, awesome. Trying out an arm. I put my microphone on an arm. And it's like 3 inches away from my face. So I'm a little nervous about feedback and I don't know if it should be closer and I should be lowering it. I'm just, yeah. My one brother, who's a super audiophile, he's so busy. So I haven't yet been able to figure out the exact setup. And I'm a bit limited with my space. So it is what it is. It's fine. How's everybody? Let's see who we got in here. We have Dane in here. We have... let's pull that down a bit. We have Ben in here. Hello, hello, boys. We have Emmy in here. Hey, Emmy. How's it going? And Racken. Oh, a long time no see in Racken. How's it going? And Simp, I think, is in here. Hello, Simp. How's programming going? And Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan. I'm just going to wait for some more people to come in before I kind of outline what's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks. We're getting close to May, which is, well, going to be an interesting time for the streamer. Yours truly. But yeah, how is everybody else before we get into the weeds of some housekeeping and stuff? Anybody have anything interesting to share with the rest of chat? Anything else like that? The upgrade in mic signal a transition to ASMR channel. Please know ASMR makes me viscerally angry. I'm going to be kind of honest and Racken. I don't listen to ASMR, so I don't think I would make good ASMR to start with. Number 2, I don't think I could really sit and do something like ASMR sounds for hours on end. I think I would go a little mental. I need a bit more stimulation mentally for, you know, like if I'm going to burn my time these days, and do something that's useless, I'm probably going to game. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to be making ASMR content, but I did get some complaints from some people that the sound is very annoying. And one of the things that I also recognize is I kept knocking my microphone off or down, which is never good for a microphone. So I got a better stand for it with an arm. And yeah, we shall see. Dying for school to be over. The grading is killing me. Yeah. Yeah, it's hitting you hard, huh? Well, we're all going to send well wishes, prayers, and thoughts your way, Emmy. May you survive the next remaining weeks. Interesting. I'm about to leave work. Oh, poor Jonathan headed to work. Hang in there, bro. Hang in there. I have work tomorrow morning, so I will have to be firm about ending at a specific time. I'm going to do my best. Party's going to back me up. I basically said yes to my the staff at the school I work for. So I currently have classes Monday, Wednesday, Friday morning. And before I didn't have classes on Monday morning, so I could kind of mess around, screw around. Wow, my mod is going full nuclear over there. All right. If I suddenly disappear, guys, we all know who it is. But she's not wrong. It's just that I do have class in the morning with a tough student. So I even if I'm still up and, you know, chirping somewhere online, I do need to like start on the unwinding process. So yeah, let's just leave it at that. What is my gain? I can't even see properly in this room. Wait 1 second. Is my gain up too high? What's the difference between volume and gain? Nope, my gain should be good. Okay, well, you know, tough in what way? Okay. There are two kinds of difficult students, okay? Leo, I'm going to explain it very carefully here. Maybe three. In fact, I could probably harp on and on about different types of students. But the three types of difficult students are as follows. The students who do not know, and the students who do not want to know. And the students that do not know, either because they have not been raised properly, they've not been educated properly, they've gone to the wrong school, they've been disadvantaged economically, they have a learning disability. The students that do not know are sometimes difficult because you'll have to deal with differences in IQ, differences in skill, differences in baseline abilities or knowledge. But those students who do not know are still malleable to a degree. And so even if you're starting with nothing, if they're willing to put in the work, although you have to work harder to get them somewhere, you can see the progress and they can see the progress. And it's a good feeling for everybody involved. They stay involved in class. They're focused. They're trying hard. Maybe they're failing. Maybe they're not getting it, but they are there. And I appreciate those kinds of students. I have no personal preference for a talented student over a talented student over a untalented student. I actually don't care about that. For me, it's about the attitude and the readiness to focus. So the two difficult students is the student who doesn't know and the student who doesn't want to know. So the one student who doesn't know, you might think, oh, Chieko wants to have like students who already got everything down. Actually, no, I like to work with people who need help. But there's nothing worse than teaching a kid who doesn't want to be there. especially online. In person, you can kind of sit them down and you can either rule them through fear or figure out what they love and rule them through bribery and reward. Or my favorite combo, fear and love. But when you're online, the negotiation becomes extremely difficult with a student who doesn't want to know. And there's two types of students who don't want to know. They're the students who don't want to know, but they're already being well educated. So I'm kind of like, okay, whatever, we'll just get through this and, goodbye, see you later. And then there is the students who don't want to know and they don't know at the same time, right? It's like a little Venn diagram, right? So the ones who don't want to know, but they're also ignorant or lacking in some way, they're the worst to deal with because you know exactly where they need help and where they need to start practicing. They need to stop phoning things in. They need to stop using AI to hand in their homework. But they don't pay attention to you in class. They're clearly distracted. They don't care. They lie to their parents in front of you. So because I know some Chinese, I have this one student who keeps telling the parent that they need their phone in class as a second screen. They don't need their phone in class as a second screen. Or they'll be like, oh, I'm just doing this, and in Chinese. And I know that they're lying to their parent off screen. So that's the most difficult student, is the student who doesn't want to know. Yeah. They all generate homework to grade, so that just makes them all difficult. Grading homework is difficult. I agree in Racken, 100%. But all jobs have a part that has difficulty. All jobs, right? It doesn't matter where you work. Most jobs will have one part that will be a challenge to you or will become toil. Checking homework is toil, but some homework is better and easier to check than others. Yeah. Like Galadriel, all shall love me and despair. Something like that. Yeah. So, long answer for a small question, I know. But I've been teaching now for, I think I could easily say now 15 to 17 years, perhaps. Kids and young adults. And yeah. I think the student that I have tomorrow is difficult, not because of the homework. The homework is actually really easy. And the reason why the homework is easy in Racken is because they barely hand in their homework. They phone it in all the time. So this student technically is easier to handle because they don't hand in their homework. And the homework that they do hand in is incredibly easy to check. Okay, this is not writing. This is a reading class. But unfortunately, if they were more on the ball, I would be able to give them more writing to do. And my life would become exponentially harder because they're actually doing their homework and doing the writing that I'm asking them to do. But that still would make me a happier teacher in class to have a student that is focused and ready and at least willing to listen. And if I feel that a student is focused, willing to study, and ready to listen, I actually become extremely garrulous and funny And I become quite lax, actually. Of course, I'm still skeptical of how the student could behave at any point in time. Like, as a teacher, you can't take your hands off the wheel, but you can extend chances for responsible students to make personal choices about, let's say, writing topics, or like a student, for example, who is working through a reading article. Let's say we're studying an article together and it's reading. If that student is really on the ball and is answering my questions and is showing me he's read the material and is interacting with me very well, I might actually bring like a fun video to class related to the topic, and we'll watch that little video and talk about it as well. But this other student that I'm talking about, who's extremely difficult, it will take me 40 minutes for us to get through the article. And it's like pulling teeth to get him to answer, much less in his own words. He's extremely disinterested and distracted. And I've been fighting with him for about a year now. I can't wait to ditch him. Anyway, this particular student, the parents think I'm doing a good job, so they told me to teach him another lesson per week. I don't know how I'm doing a good job, because I feel like I'm not doing a good job. It's demoralizing, honestly. But they seem to think I'm doing a good job. So I'm dragging the student through the material bit by painful bit. If they don't do homework on time, I make them do it in class, even if it will extend the class course unnaturally long. And so in this case, I would love to be able to bring extra listening material, watch fun videos with them, give them a word search to do for vocabulary review. There's so many things that I would like to do with them, but I simply can't. And that is the most difficult student. Did you get good at spotting AI written homework, or was it easy to spot from the beginning? Easy to spot, Leo. Remember, most of these kids are aged between 7 years old and 18. So this is what I do, Leo, okay? This is what a smart teacher does. Online, we have a blackboard that we all can see, right? But I can also open up individual student blackboards that are text boards. So I make the students type in real time in front of me text. And they have a limited amount of time. So they can't go and get help from AI. They have to show me their real work right in front of me. And essentially, I get to understand what their writing voice is. And I understand the general limitations of what their first draft would look like. And so a couple times a student has submitted something in, and I'll simply ask them a question like, what does ambulatory mean? Or what does frenetic mean? Or, what does masticate mean? And I would say 9 times out of 10, the student can't tell me, because I know they don't have that vocabulary. They simply they don't have it. Either because they are an ESL student, or because they're a public school student. And so 9 times out of 10, I know that the students are using AI very easily, because they simply do not have the wherewithal to write like an AI machine. They're lower than an AI output. So it's very, very simple. Just based on vocabulary alone, I can spot it, usually. One student has proven to write very robotic. She has no personal voice, really. She's quite formal by nature. That's her voice, I suppose. And her teachers kept accusing her of using AI. So she told me this, so I said, okay, well, let's put up a board and let's have a writing bit. Let's see how you do. And she proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that she has strong vocabulary skills. She just got into an IB school academy. She's extremely intelligent, very well read for her age. Still quite young, of course, but, you know, still immature, still quite youthful, still hasn't been pushed. She's cocky because she's better than everybody, kind of like my little brother. And this particular student needs to be taken down a peg or two and needs to be actually challenged at a proper level. Right now, she outperforms everybody her age, but she's outperforming everybody at her age now, not everybody at her age 10 to 15 years ago. So, yeah. Anyway, all that to say, as a teacher, there are ways to properly assess your student. If I was in a real life context with a student, I would have paper and pen, and I would force them to do benchmark testing, to benchmark test their capabilities without any technology around them. And this is where I think I would not fit in the current school system. I simply cannot operate as a teacher in a classroom where phones are allowed or tablets. I would need all the students to drop their technology in a bucket at the head of the class and, not look at anything for hours on end in terms of their phones. And that's just how I would run the classroom. That's not a paradigm that's allowed in Canadian schools. Canadian schools are highly permissive. The parents will go after the teachers and verbally abuse the teachers. The students will verbally and physically abuse the teachers. The teachers have no recourse, no protection, pretty much. It depends on the principal protecting them. Some principals are strong, will stand up for the teachers, will stand up to the parents, will tell the parents where to shove it. But many principals will fail to do that, and the teachers are left high and dry and are essentially unable to operate at all. So I would rather go into finance, which is what my plan is now, instead of going to, it would be quite simple for me to go to teachers college and get a job at a school. I think it would be quite simple for me to do that. But I simply cannot. The Swedish approach, yeah, simp. The Swedish recently removed technology. They've started to remove technology from their classrooms. Yeah. But it's not just about the tech, okay, simp? I am not what are they called where you're afraid of? I'm not a Luddite, right? I'm far from a Luddite, right? But it's not just about having tech in the classroom. It's also about the attitude that parents and the educational system have towards training and the role of education. And it's got to a point now where in Canada, a student could spit on you or hit you, and you are physically not allowed to restrain them. And if you do restrain them, you have to restrain them in a very specific way. And if you don't restrain them in that specific way, you will get fired or sued, depending on the situation, of course. There have been a lot of women who go into teaching with the best of intentions and they end up leaving burned out because they can't physically control, especially the males in their classes. But some of the females are just as bad. I believe it's Luddite. Canadian school system has been struck by Paulo Freire as well. I think the Canadian system is fucked. It's starting to be removed from classes in the States a bit at a time. Yeah. Technophobe? Yeah. I'm not a technophobe. I'm not a cyberpunk phobe. No, I'm not a Luddite. The correct term, simp, is correct. It's Luddite. Yeah, simp's right. I'm not a Luddite. But I also don't like how teachers are disrespected and disempowered in the Canadian system. So, no thanks. I think we should be able to fail students. I think we should be able to hold students back. I think we should be able to force students to take grueling summer school if they fall behind. I think a little bit of hell in their lives would be appropriate. And the parents as well. The parents need to be called to account. There were some parents who were standing for their kid to have their phones in class. What if I need to call him? No, you don't. You can call him after school, like right after it ends, or let's say during recess or during lunch. Shut the fuck up, mom. Oatmeal mom. Anyway, I personally think certain parents have also are either too permissive or not, or hyper strict and crazy, or are drug addled. Don't care, don't know, don't care parents. All of them, they need to be also smacked around as parents. So because of this whole situation in Canada, the way it is, with the permissive parenting, the disempowered teaching structure, this shitty setups at schools, classes are too big, etc., etc., etc. I feel that I would just simply feel like what I feel every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning, but for longer periods of time. And I just know that would not be good for my mental health. Some women cave, some women cry, some women just switch to substituting work. I don't trust myself. So I'm not even going to do it. I'm going to go into finance. I don't mind dealing with frustrating humans, but I need a space to, like, I need to have ways to deal with them. And that system right now in terms of the educational system is not empowering for teachers. I think if a student hits a female teacher here, he would get a visit from her family members, if you know what I'm saying. You know what, Leo? I can guess. And honestly, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. You know what I mean? I would prefer, though, that we don't have to go by the laws of the jungle. But if that's how it can work over there, more power to everybody. It's just, it's unsafe, right? And I'm a tall woman. I could get very fit and smack down most young men very easily. I'm not physically intimidated easily, but I know women who are half my height, who are wonderful teachers, who have been railroaded by their students. So, anyway, yeah. Teaching. Yay. Yay. Wonderful profession. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about some housekeeping. Want to talk about what's going on. But first I'm going to check chat and see who has come in. Let's see. Has anybody come in here? We have Wooly. Hello, Wooly. And Miro, I think. Hello, Miro. Today we're going to go through some videos. This is going to be a React evening. We're going to start with something that will let me hopefully eat some soup. We're going to take a bit of... I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, because this looks more educational and less discussion, right? It looks like there's less options for discussion, really. But we'll watch maybe a little bit of this, listen about some hieroglyphics, and then we'll get into Critical Role. I'm not sure if we watched this one already. Why comedy movies died. Maybe how to outline a book with a plot grid. We'll see. We'll see what we can get to. I might roll this one up, put that in the middle. So that's for tonight. Next week, for those of you who are into Final Fantasy XIV, next week we are going to have on Sunday, I've consulted with my MS curator, Muffin Man. We are going to catch up on the Alliance and normal raids. And we will do a Final Fantasy XIV part of a Final Fantasy XIV discussion. So that will be next Sunday. So next Sunday will be a Final Fantasy XIV stream. And then I'm going to actually set aside Tuesday night, the following. So that would be May 5th. Okay, so May 5th. So May 3rd and May 5th. I'll do a second stream where we will play 7.5 or part of it. And then we'll do some more FF14 discussion. So for those of you who are interested in Final Fantasy XIV, Sunday will probably be raid catch up and I'm trying to think. It'll be raid catch up and it will be probably talking about the gameplay changes and other system changes, and probably reacting to Yoshi P's Q&A and some other stuff related to the dev panel about evolved mode combat. And then on the 5th, we'll do an MSQ for 7.5, and we will look at the lore. We'll look at the trailers, the teaser trailers, and we will get into what everyone thinks is going to happen, what everyone thinks is what is it going to be like. Yeah. So for those of you who are interested, I don't know how many people here are interested, May 3rd and May 5th. I'm tentatively planning for a FF14 type streams. I'm trying to think here. Anything else? After that, I will have maybe the Sunday after that, I will do a React stream. And then May 11th will be the start of my courses. So I don't know how heavy they will be. So we're going to see what's going to happen for the following month. So we shall see. We shall see. There's some things I want to do for my YouTube, but I have to be reasonable and not promise things that I can't deliver. Otherwise, I will feel bad, and some people might feel bad. So, yeah. Okay. I hope that kind of is clear. maybe some people will be interested. I don't know. I'll probably make like a community post about it, and yeah, I'll probably make a community post about it. Stop talking about it. You want to get into hieroglyphics? Okay. We're going to watch some hieroglyphics. What time is it? Oh, I'm doing pretty good, actually. Okay. We'll watch some hieroglyphics. I'm going to sip on my soup, and if I hear anything interesting, we'll pause. Let's get started.
They're pretty, aren't they? But they're also gibberish, right? Well, by the end of this video, I promise you that they won't be. You're going to understand exactly what this means and why. And you can understand what a load of other hieroglyphs mean too. Let's get started with another Words. This is the Egyptian Museum inside Berlin's Neues Museum. They've been kind enough to let me loose among all of these astounding ancient artifacts. Did you know that ancient Egypt was already ancient before it was over? Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the ninja air fryer than to the building of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Amazing. Anyway, many of these sarcophagi, or sarcophaguses, take your pick, that you see surrounding me are adorned with these curious signs, writings from ancient times. Writings that we call hieroglyphics. Or do we?
I would say hieroglyphs.
That's Ilona Regulski, curator here and a world authority on ancient Egypt. So I just got it wrong. What's the difference between hieroglyphs and hieroglyphics?
It's not written in stone, no pun intended, but...
Not intended, are you sure?
Yeah, hieroglyphs is the noun, hieroglyphic is the adjective.
Right.
So you refer to hieroglyphic writing, but they are hieroglyphs.
Hieroglyph literally means sacred carving, and Ilona's going to help us get to grips with the basics of learning how to read them using the real-life Egyptian artifacts here at the museum, beginning with this monumental, quite literally, inscription from the tomb of a district governor called Metgen. This is his name, Metgen. I'm going to show you how to read that, but first, what's the overall message of what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so this is part of a biography. It's actually the oldest biography we have from ancient Egypt and maybe in the entire world. I don't know of any other biographical text that consists of long sentences that we have anywhere, really, from 2600 BC. So this is more than 4,000 years old.
Unbelievable. So this is perhaps the oldest detailed life story in the world. So how on earth do we understand it? Well, if you ever find yourself presented with some hieroglyphs for whatever reason, your first thought might be, where do I start? And that is a very appropriate question, because the first thing you need to work out before you can start reading is where the thing begins and in which direction you should read it. Well, ancient Egyptian texts are read from top to bottom, like we're used to, but they can be read either from left to right, like we read, or from right to left. Confusing. However, there is a very clever way to immediately know which direction you're dealing with.
If you look at the entire text, if you zoom out a little bit, we know that we start reading on the right-hand side. How do we know this? Because we have certain signs that have clear fronts and backs, like a bird or human being, or here this decapitated animal. They all look... Yeah.
It's meant to have no head.
Yes, it's meant to be like this. They look at the beginning of the text. So we know in this case that we have to start reading here. There are a few exceptions to that with religious texts, but in general, this is the rule.
So look for the people and animals, and they will always be looking at the beginning, staring into your face as you approach them. Now, you may already know that the Rosetta Stone, the ancient tablet containing the same message in Greek, Demotic and hieroglyphic script, was of course key to deciphering hieroglyphs. So I am delighted to say that this video is sponsored by Babbel. But you'll notice that in hieroglyphs, words like our pal Metgen's name, which can be written like this or like this, which it is in this case, are written in their own little blocks, with some signs next to one another and others one on top of the other. So again, we need to know in which order to read them. And once again, there are simple rules. Just read into the front of the faces again and read the top signs before the bottom ones. So our dead fella's name should be read in this order, or if the text were linear, like this. Now, as with any good linguistic rule, there are exceptions. If a sign makes mention of a god, for example, it'll often get boosted to the start of the word. Quite right, too. For example, the titles of a lot of kings end with a declaration, Son of Re, all kings being direct descendants of the sun god Re, or Ra, represented by the sign of the sun disk. Despite this Re being at the end of their names, the sun disk usually goes at the start, out of respect. Before we can draw out Metjen's name from these hieroglyphs, we need to understand what each of them means. Now, sometimes one of these little pictures does represent the thing it's a drawing of. Don't overthink it. Sometimes an arm just means arm, or a face just means face. Usually these are accompanied by a line to show you that you should take them literally, but that's what they mean. Or a pair of legs can just mean legs. But far more often than not, you can't take the signs on face value, not even the face. They can signify a few different things.
Some signs are letters. Some signs represent one letter. For example, this wavy line here is the letter N.
Ah, that's the same sign as we've got here. So that means N, does it?
People could say this is an alphabetic letter because it's one sign for one letter, but I prefer not to use this term because it's confusing, because we also have two letter signs and we have three letter signs.
Right, so these are the hieroglyphs that we, as folk who are used to using an alphabet, can most easily get our heads around. Signs representing specific sounds. Put these sounds in the right order and you get a word. And it really does work like that. This picture of a mouth on its own represents an R sound, like a R. A leg on its own is a B sound, and this cute little sign called the loaf represents a T, a T sound. Line them up and you get a hieroglyphic rendering of my name, Robert. Robert. You should try doing that with your own name. Pop it in the comments as well. Here are some more of the single letter hieroglyphs. This horned viper represents a F sound, an F. This little rectangle, sometimes called the stool or mat, represents a P, a P sound. This adorable little whale chick is usually transliterated.
Let's go back for a second here.
It can make an oo sound. The reed is a gentle y sound, transliterated with an I. The tethering rope makes a T or ch sound. And this owly guy is a M. Now, I mentioned specifically those last two because looky here, they feature in our dead fella's name. And remember what order we said we had to read them? So, say it with me, Metjen. It's our guy's name, Metjen. But what of this leftover character? Well, do you remember how Ilona just mentioned that there are also hieroglyphs that represent two letters?
We also have two letter signs.
Two letter signs?
Well, that's what this is. It's known as the throw stick, and it represents a T and an N together, pronounced chen. That's right. It makes the same sound as these two signs together, the end of the name Metjen. So we have a doubling up here, don't we? And that's because these two signs are technically what are called complements. What they're doing here is telling you what that stick means, because that stick has lots of different meanings in different contexts. It can mean throw, or it can even mean foreigner, depending on where it is. But no, in this case, it's there because of the sound it makes, and these two other signs are confirming that. You might be thinking, hold on, that stick is the wrong side of the bird. And technically, yes, it is. And I'm very impressed that you noticed. Ilona told me it was probably just an artistic choice by whoever inscribed this. Although I have noticed that some scribes like to put sticks next to the front of birds to make it look a bit like they're sitting on them. I don't know if that could be it. Maybe. But I digress. I now need to speak about something you'll no doubt have noticed. And that's that Robert and Metjen seem incomplete. We've missed off a load of the letters from the word, haven't we? Why? Well, that's because hieroglyphic writing is a vowel-free zone. Hieroglyphs generally only cover the consonants. Again, there are exceptions like the E sound at the end of a name like Senbi, or the U sound in Khufu, the builder of the Great Pyramid at Giza, but otherwise they honestly aren't there, like they aren't there in Metgen. So how do we know what these words sounded like then? Well, we don't. Not based on the hieroglyphs anyway. It's possible to get clues from later versions of the language like Coptic, or for the names of kings we can look at what people speaking other languages called them, but otherwise Egyptologists don't know for certain what the vowel sounds between the consonants actually were. Therefore, to enable them to make sense of the words before them, Egyptologists instead insert their own, I suppose, placeholder vowels. This usually involves just putting an E or an eh sound in between the consonants. This is not meant to sound like ancient Egyptian. It's just supposed to help with the reading. But it means there's a lot of our modern attempts at ancient Egyptian.
Okay, I'm going to stop right here and say that what is interesting to me, and Wooly can correct me on this or not, but isn't ancient Hebrew, like the term Yahweh, didn't that also have no vowels? Sorry, guys. Slurping Chieko. Apologies, I forgot to mute. Isn't Yahweh written without vowels as well? Isn't that like a Semitic thing? Slurp. Yeah. I'm giving Second Story a run for her money. All Hebrew is written without vowels. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe it's like a ancient, like something that was common back then to just ditch the vowels. I remember watching an ancient Egyptian video about how people aren't sure how to say a specific word because they just have the consonant sounds. So, yeah. Hey, Shay. We're just, we are just taking a look at hieroglyphs while I slurp my soup. Ancient languages are basically shorthand. Well, I guess if you're putting them onto stone, you don't want to faff around with the unnecessary stuff. Question mark. I suppose. Poor Shay. Yeah. Ben's right. Shay would just be I don't know. I kind of like PT. I like calling party horror game name. We just got started. We're 10 minutes in. We're gonna watch a bit more, and I'm gonna mute myself so no one gets slurping ASMR. Well, the letters used for Yahweh are used as vowels for the letter before it, when not in the tetra. Well, does that mean that they would write the vowels, Wooly, or no? Or are the vowels just known and implied? I'm just curious if they write the vowels or not. Or do they write the vowels for some things but not everything? It might be like specific to that language then. I'm just curious. Since Wooly is versed in Latin and ancient plus modern Hebrew. Okay, the vowels are implied by other letters and context. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right, so implied vowels. Very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Okay, so maybe it is an ancient linguistic thing that people would do with their writing. A bit like how the ing makes its own sound. Technically, Wooly, I know that how people explain the alphabet is a bit weird. But when you learn it phonetically, even consonants do often take on a baseline vowel sound when saying them. But a lot of phonologists or whatever they called, or speech therapists, will try to separate the sound, specific sound. Like they'll say but when most people teach phonics to a kid, they'll say m and b, which is a sound. Tetragrammaton. Oh, okay. That word still doesn't quite mean a lot, Wooly. Tetragrammaton. Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is like 4 words. 4-letter the personal name of God versus Elohim. Yeah, I think we already talked about, didn't we, Wooly, didn't we already talk about what was meant by when it says God is the Elohim of Elohim? Yeah. The ancient Hebrew alphabet is all consonants. I guess, Shay, Wooly was saying that in ancient Hebrew, the vowels are implied. The vowels are implied, which is fun. That's fun. Is Wikipedia reliable for this kind of stuff? Is a 4-letter Hebrew language theonym. Apparently, observant Jews and those who follow Talmudic Jewish traditions do not pronounce it, nor do they read it aloud. Interesting. So it's extremely holy to them. So they won't even say it. He who shall not be named. Interesting. So I guess like very specific Jewish sects won't even say the name out of respect. Okay. We are watching a vid about hieroglyphs while I drink soup. I accidentally ASMR'd people. We're currently talking about alphabets. Epic Phil. So we would, if we were archaeologists trying to figure out Epic Thulu's name, we would have a huge issue. We would have a huge issue. We'd just end up calling him Pekthal. Leo. Oh, wait. We have Leo's name. Wait a minute. LPRCR. Oh, Leo's name could also be called Leprechaun. We could just call him Leprechaun or Leprechaun. He's just a leper. Pixel with a lisp. Interesting. Yahweh does not pronounce anything as a vocalization. It's an exhalation, not a word. Interesting. Yeho. Oh. Interesting. Because, like, when I say the word Yeho, the ye still has, like, a force to it to get it out. But the rest of it, yeah. Yeho. I'm sure Wooly is, like, dying on the inside as I destroy his mother tongue. But we will, you know, survive this. If you ever see Wooly in chat, just ask him to speak, to read from his ancient Hebrew Bible. Well, I mean, we could talk about Ben and his fake Australian accent, how he's culturally appropriating Australian culture as we speak. Very interesting. Yeah. CRK? What does that mean? Crook? Croc. Crack. Creek. Cracky. Yeah, I don't think I think I like my vowels. I'm just going to be a supremacist here in terms of English speaking and just say that I like my vowels. It's an impression of Who White Man Know 1 appropriates something from Who White Man Know 2. I don't know. We should ask the Australians if they're impressed by our Kiwi friend. Anyway, okay, I'm going to finish my soup. Okay. We'll watch a little bit more. I'm going to sip my soup and then we'll move on. But so far, this is interesting. I do like how you can tell where it starts based off of which way the hieroglyphs are facing. I think that's kind of cool. That's kind of nifty.
Words have eh sounds in them, where originally they potentially didn't. Take Metgen. His name might have been Metgen, but it might have been Matjin or Mutjan or Metjun. Nobody really knows. If somehow I managed to travel back in time to ancient Egypt, install myself as king, perhaps by showing off my fancy Casio watch, and, you know, I died a regal death, the scribes might have written this above my tomb, and modern-day Egyptologists would be calling me Rebet the First. By the way, how do you like my cartouche? The cartouche is the ring around my name. Having one is an honour reserved only for royal names. It was the realization that the signs written within these easy-to-spot rings were the names of pharaohs that was key to deciphering hieroglyphs. For example, on the Rosetta Stone, researchers were able to cross-reference the signs in the cartouches with the names written in the Greek and Demotic versions. Pretty smart. Ilona actually spent a good period of her career with the Rosetta Stone at the British Museum, so let's get her help with understanding some more of the types of hieroglyphs, other than the literal ones and the ones that represent sounds, as we've discussed. What others are there?
We have signs that can represent an entire word, or we have signs that we call classifiers, which means that it enhances the meaning of the group of hieroglyphs that precedes it.
Now, classifiers are really interesting. They're sometimes called determinatives too, but don't let the academic names put you off. They're one of my favourite aspects of hieroglyphic writing. What they do is give you a little hint as to what the word they're attached to means. This is way more useful than it sounds. If two words are otherwise identical, the classifier is going to help you tell them apart. So imagine if we had two ways of writing present. One where we put a little picture of a gift after it, and another where we put a clock. You'd never be in any doubt as to which of the two meanings of present was meant by the word. Or a better example, say if we wrote one version of bow with a picture of a weapon, another with a picture of some clothing, and another with a picture of a person. You'd be able to tell apart a bow and arrow, a bow on a baby's booties, and a bow, an action. And if we had another with a picture of a ship, you'd know we meant the bow of a boat. This is how classifiers work. Here's how they play out with hieroglyphs.
The word for a scribe, somebody who writes, or the verb to write, or the noun, a book, uses the same core of letters, so it's the same stem of the word. The classifier will tell you what it is, which one of it. So the scribe will have a seated man. The verb will have the same stem. The book will have the classifier of the papyrus roll. So if you start learning, if you start reading, you see sesh, okay, it can be this, 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 and then the classifier will tell you which one of those you have to choose. And
it's particularly elegant that the classifier does give you a genuine hint, even if you don't understand hieroglyphs. The idea that movement is expressed by two walking legs is a very easy one to relate to, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here are some more classifiers. This guy attached to a word tells you it relates to a god or a king. It often appears in God's names. And this tiny sparrow fella tells you that you're dealing with something small, or in fact, by extension, something bad, which seems harsh on sparrows. I like them. So those are classifiers. They're kind of cool. Not that cool, that cool. Now, where next? Well, there are a few things left to discuss. In fact, things is an example of one of them. Let's talk about plurals. Now, we turn one into many by sticking an S or an ES at the end of it, usually. But that is not how the ancient Egyptians did it.
You see the round hieroglyph there?
Yeah.
3 times the same hieroglyph usually means a plural. And the hieroglyphs itself depicts a city.
That's a city.
Yes, so, well, in kind of very simplified form that...
Abstract.
It's very abstract. It's actually the main crossroads of a city, and cities were probably round.
So tripling the sign is one way of making a plural. Another is actually more similar to our method of adding an S. You can create a plural by adding this guy, the quail chick. So this means bird, the singular bird, despite the word itself having 2 birds in it. To make that the plural birds, we can add the tiny quail. It's then also convention to add 3 little dashes to reinforce the plurality, and altogether, that's birds. Sometimes the scribe won't bother with the quail and just do the 3 dashes, which makes an awful lot of sense to me. Ilona showed me an example.
Here the plural is written with 3 vertical strokes rather than repeating the sign. It's quite a complicated sign, the scribal palette. So they were efficient by just indicating the plural with 3 strokes. So he was the head of the scribes of the temple, Hut, Netzer and Imen.
What Ilona is showing us there are cursive hieroglyphs, handwritten ones. They're beautiful.
This is an amazing papyrus. It's actually a religious text that helps the deceased live in the afterlife. And to have a long papyrus like this, the person must have been of very high status, must have been able to afford a text like this. But this is a very common scene, where the heart of the deceased is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. A feather, of course, is very light, so your heart has to be very light, so it's a judgment scene. And if it's more heavy than the feather, then this monster will eat you.
Eek. I could watch Ilona reading hieroglyphs all day, but instead let's talk about a few extra features of them. One of them is that they have no punctuation. There are no little marks to tell you when one thought ends and another begins, nothing to encourage a pause for breath or to flag up speech. There is no punctuation, period. Full stop. No punctuation is one less thing to worry about, isn't it? However, one thing that you do have to worry about that English doesn't have is grammatical gender. You see, nouns can be masculine or feminine, like they can in French or Spanish.
What? Cancel! Cancel! There's actually also neuter, I believe, in some Romance languages. There's a neuter as well, not just masculine or feminine. And I think there was a movement in America to remove the gendered language, Latinx, I think. Wasn't there? Oh, man. Yeah. I think it's this one.
Danicasters. He visto muchas preguntas sobre la nueva Emily May Foundation. ¿Quiénes son? ¿Qué hacen? A ver, por una parte, el dinero sale de Oxford. Lo que no acaba de molar. Lo sé, pero el hombre al mando, Harry Osborn, tiene buena reputación. Y encima ha contratado a mi científica de abejas favorite, la apidóloga M. Young. Es la mayor experta en el desorden de colapso de colonias. Sí, toca el ukelele que te mueres, como saben quienes le siguen en redes sociales.
I have no idea what is going on here. But apparently somebody is using Latinx. And this guy got really upset, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea. But apparently it was he felt pained. Is it right here?
El día uno.
I think he turned the voices off. I think he just turned the voices off. Yeah. I once again, I don't know enough about the like Spanish, Portuguese, Italian languages, but I know that there is French as well. There's gendered nouns, and I do think there's like some nouns are what we call neuter, but generally speaking you have masculine nouns, feminine nouns, neuter nouns, and then there's a way with some nouns I think to like have feminine versions and masculine versions. I believe in Arabic also there's like the difference between Habib and Habibi or Habibdi. Like I think there's slight differences there. It's absolutely horrible to listen to or read. Yeah. The thought of a degendered Hebrew is unpleasant, to put it mildly. I don't know why you would come into somebody else's language and tell them how to say it. And I recognize that the people who are reading this and writing this are themselves users of that language, but you simply cannot tell the majority to change something like that. I just don't think it's. I don't think it's a good thing. So, yeah. Yeah. It's, I think an author who wrote an inclusive language and it didn't go well, it was horrible to read. Well, here's the thing, right? If people want to write in an inclusive language, they just should try it in English. Like, study English. English is extremely ungendered these days. So you can just do that. Study Chinese if you really want an inclusive, ungendered language. Japanese, although even Japanese for the I pronouns, there is some social restrictions on who can use what I pronoun, generally speaking. Like, no girl will refer to her as ore. In fact, most men don't either. Also, the fact that these ideas come from rich, elite, Anglo-ass intelligentsia. Yeah, I mean, the idea probably came from non-Spanish speaking people or non-Portuguese speaking people. Yeah. But embracing it is pretty iffy. Liberal white women, yeah. Well, we can't tell if they're women these days, right? How to define woman? I don't know. How do we define that, guys? Oh, it's so stupid. Okay. Okay, we're gonna just finish a little bit more of this video and we're gonna go on to the next video.
And you can spot the feminine ones because they have this cute little sign with them. It's a loaf of bread. So I think that's all you need to get started on hieroglyphs. Shall we put what we've learned to the test by bringing back this from the very start? Are we ready to read it? I reckon we might be. So the bird and the jackally fella, they're pointing to the left. So that means we start on the left. Our first sign is the reed, right? Which, as I told you earlier, represents a kind of y sound, but it's written down with an I. It is a consonant I, like you sometimes find in Latin. Don't overthink it. Which sign next? Well, it's the water, isn't it? Because we work top to bottom. And just as it did in Metjen's name, here it represents a N, an N. Next, we've got the box. Remember I told you it was a stool or a mat, and that makes a P sound. Then we have the quail chick. Now, we discussed how this could be a classifier, meaning small or bad, but if it were a classifier, it'd be at the end, and it isn't. So it's here to represent its sound, which we earlier discussed was oo, like in Khufu. So far we have inpu. Interesting. So what's this final sign? Well, literally it is a jackal perched atop a shrine, but it is also the hieroglyph used to represent Anubis. That's right, the jackal-headed guide to the underworld. Did you know that Anubis, or Anubis, however you pronounce it, was not actually his name? Well, not his Egyptian one. Anyway, we took the word Anubis from the Greeks. We did the same with others like Osiris. When you think about it, they sound Greek, don't they? So what was Anubis's ancient Egyptian name? Well, it was Inpu. Or at least that's our best guess at it based upon these signs, because taken in their entirety, what we have here are the hieroglyphs used by the ancient Egyptians to represent Anubis. And look, we did it. And I hope through all of this you've seen that Egyptian hieroglyphs aren't quite as mysterious as they first appear. You know, it hasn't really been that long that we modern folk have been able to understand them. The Rosetta Stone was deciphered in 1822, which, given how long ago ancient Egypt was, is pretty darn recent.
Since that, of course, 200 years have passed, and we are still working every day to try to understand the parts that we don't understand so well, and we still cannot read everything fluently, perfectly.
So don't feel bad for not understanding every hieroglyph you see. As yet, nobody can. Thank you so much for watching. Enormous thanks to Ilona Rogulski for all of her help, and to the Noyes Museum for letting me poke around in here. Thanks to Babbel for sponsoring this video, and if you liked this one, I recommend signing up to my totally free newsletter at robwords.com/newsletter, and then watch this video next. And I'll see you over there.
Okay, well, that was fun. Thank you, Miro, for sharing. We actually went through the whole thing. It helped me eat food. I thought it was interesting. Very informative, it feels like. Very factual. He did what he came to do. He did what he came to do. And he appears to have, done a pretty good job at summing it all up fairly simply. So good on Rob Words. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Willie said modern Hebrew is rather staccato. More traditional pronunciation, which was preserved by Yemenites, is much softer and throatier. Interesting. I think there's just some languages that sound crazy when people, like, for example, Chinese people, where I lived in the north, sounded angry even when they weren't angry. It was kind of like Germans. I just think, like, some languages are gross to listen to, in my opinion. I also think, like, Quebecois French is pretty gross. That's just my opinion. Just an opinion. But then I kind of don't like French, period, so yeah. Same with Indians. Indians, I think, are less harsh than Chinese sounding. Almost verbatim, half of a lecture I had in ancient history as a college freshman. Yeah. Decent quality YouTube content. Yeah, he got to the point. He did it. I think European French agree with you on the Quebecois. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. German and French are really ugly to me. Yeah, I think they are. I think Spanish is much nicer to listen to than German, French, Chinese. Yeah. Korean is a weird one because I think if you listen to a Korean talk normally, it's fine. But you get the whiny Korean people and then you want to kill yourself. I like German, but I know I'm a minority. Oh, I should be clear, everyone. Like, I'm not saying that obviously I studied Chinese for 9 years. I didn't, well, not 9 years, but I should say like probably more like 4. But liking is different from understanding that some languages just don't sound great on the ear. And some languages sound better when they're being sung, I will say. It depends heavily on tone and intonation. Yeah. All I heard is Checo hates people from Quebec. Yeah. Spread that around. Okay, well, thanks to Miro for his video on hieroglyphs. We learned how to read them. And Racken wrote something in hieroglyphs. What did you do? I have to like reverse translate it, or are you just mashing buttons here? What and Racken posted was not just button mashing. I like the dramatics. And you like that throat music? Yeah, I mean, there's some really cool like Mongolian and German rock music. Like I think Germans can do rock really well. Yeah. Yeah. Which in retrospect could be bad. It might come in one of 5 meanings. When I copied and pasted it into ChatGPT, it told me it's a blessing from Seshat, the Egyptian goddess of writing, wisdom, and measurement. The divine name is established for you. May Seshat inscribe it for you, granting you life, prosperity, and dominion. May you be under the protection of Seshat, and may she give you life forever. Evokes her blessing for writing, knowledge, memory, and enduring fame. Very sweet. And Racken. That's what ChatGPT said you wrote. I don't know what you thought you were writing, but that's what ChatGPT told me. So am I getting picked up too much on my mic? Just checking my mic again. Looking at the levels. I'm just a bit worried about people hearing me heavy breathing. And taking off my cardigan. Okay, you know what? I think we should mute my mod today. She is spicy. More concerned about slurping. Yes. Can everyone hear the traffic? The walls of this apartment. Okay, I love this apartment. But the walls of this apartment are thinner than I'm used to. So I'm very much used to the sound of traffic now. Keyboard is a bit louder than it used to be. Is it nice and creamy? Creamy keyboard thocking? Yes. Yeah, I did open my window because I thought I would get some fresh air in. Wait a minute. Is my window open? Wait a second. Yeah, it's open 2 inches. Sue me. They could burn down really quickly. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Keyboard should be silent. Your mama should be silent. Every sound in that room can be heard. Ugh. Maybe I should turn down the gain. Wait a minute. We're going to try turning down the gain. Like Woolies. I don't want to do ASMR. I want to be a pro and be able to cough and not be heard. I love my mechanical keyboards. I know. Yeah. I need to talk to my brother. I need to talk to my brother. I need to talk to my brother. But oh well. Okay, we're going to keep going. I think this is a video that Wooly requested. Did we see this already? Wooly's videos are starting to blur together. I don't know if this is a good thing or bad thing. Four hours of Chieko breathing and slurping ASMR. Oh Lord, I can't even go back and look at my old streams. Oh, it's so painful. If you suspect it's bad, it probably is. Yeah. The window manipulation was awesome. ASMR though. Anyway, let's watch this. It's called Critical Role and the Death of RPG Culture. Now, I'm going to guess from this title that what is being discussed is TTRPG, because it's Critical Role. Why do I feel like we've seen this before? Am I tripping? But I can always just play a little bit and then we'll see if, you know, what's going on here. It's by somebody called Craftian. Yeah, I don't know. We did. That was a long time ago. Fandom culture. I just don't remember. Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Age Veilguard. Did we? See, this is where, like, I have no remember OCs and Power Fantasy. Maybe we already watched this. This is why I need to delete videos off of the list. Okay, I'm going to put this in my list of already watched. I feel like we saw this before, but I could be wrong. Wait 1 second. Let's just watch the Veilguard part. Just to remind ourselves of how terrible Veilguard is. Let's see here.
Years since Inquisition, the entire creative team has left, and its own developers once described it as, quote, Anthem with dragons should tell you everything you need to know. But whether or not you're going to pick it up day one, or it heralds the end of Western civilization, is besides the point. The once legendary formula that BioWare pioneered, that being character-driven storytelling to elevate the plot, has eaten itself alive. And now everyone's special. Now everything is about romance, and the world, the setting, and above all, the quality of the writing is secondary. In that sense, Veilguard is the absolute endpoint of this phenomenon, and the cult-like fandom that OC culture and Critical Role started not so long ago. One day, Veilguard and the bloated, desiccated corpse that BioWare has become will be the subject of academic study, but from the moment it was announced, or should I say re-announced again, that shift in focus from a game that once used its characters to enhance its setting to making its characters the only important thing about the setting is clear. John Epler, now the creative director of the Dragon Age franchise, was previously a cinematic designer on Mass Effect and Dragon Age. This role primarily involved cutscene composition and how the camera works, which has nothing to do with the characters or the writing or really any regard for the setting. Veilguard's game director and self-described queer-osexual gendermancer, Corinne Bush, worked on The Sims for more than a decade before joining BioWare after Anthem. She has never even worked on RPGs before, but it was apparently no issue to fire the entire writing team towards the end of development as well. These are now the people at the head of a franchise that clearly meant a lot, and still does, to a lot of people, but they had basically nothing to show in terms of prior writing experience, nor, clearly, care for the IP. It should come as no surprise then that the Veilguard throws the series' entire continuity out the window. Despite having a perfectly functional save state feature through the keep introduced back in Inquisition, nothing matters anymore. Only 3, yes, 3 choices have carried over from any of the prior games, and that
I don't think we watched this. I did post videos about TTRPG, but from very different channels. Definitely saw this. But I wonder if some of us watched and discussed it in Discord when it was first suggested. Probably because I do watch this guy. I don't remember that. Okay, you know what? We're going to start from the beginning. Give this guy a fair shake. I'm sorry if some of you guys have already seen it, but I honestly don't remember seeing this. It's only 13 minutes, so, well, famous last words.
Before we get into it, and to first offer the Critical Role fans who are no doubt sharpening their pitchforks right about now in Olive Branch, know your precious web series is not alone in this phenomenon. Why Critical Role is being used in particular is because it's emblematic of all the quirky OCs, Marvel-esque millennial snark, and main character syndrome that's led to a sharp decline in writing quality and storytelling as a whole across role-playing games. We can now see the end result of this in the upcoming game that's parading the corpse of Dragon Age around and proudly wearing its skin like some fantasy-style Leatherface.
Now there's an interesting image.
Of course, this didn't appear out of nowhere. Tumblr culture, as much as that's considered passé, cringe, or whatever these...
Okay. I have no memory of this video, yes. I'm going to watch it. I'm sorry if some of you guys have watched it, but I'm going to watch it because I haven't seen it. Okay. So first off, I'm going to say that I do not watch Critical Role. I have no interest in Critical Role. I've never watched Critical Role. I think I saw some clips here and there. I am disinterested in others exploring something together. It's very difficult for me to watch people play video games. I generally don't do that. I'm usually there because either the video game has a narrative that I can enjoy on its own, or because I like the way that streamer reacts to the narrative. But it is a very rare thing for me to sit and actually enjoy somebody going through and playing a game. Like, I get no entertainment value from watching someone play a board game or from someone role-playing. Now, with a film, for example, where you're watching somebody act, or a book where you're watching an author act, so to speak, I'm more open to that because that is a presentation of what I consider to be a product that can be paused, enjoyed, manipulated, and personally encountered with. I don't like it. I don't like experiencing entertainment one step removed, I suppose. I like to deal with the primary content myself. That makes sense. So I've enjoyed, insofar with the experiences that I've had, I like the idea of a TTRPG. I would try to play a TTRPG again with the right people. But I don't personally find a lot of fun from watching other people play it. So I am not a Critical Role apologist, but my gut reaction to how this person, Craftian, has positioned this problem, I think does not take into historical human behavior. And historical human behavior is prone to self-aggrandizement and emotional masturbation. And we know this is the case because Jane Austen, in the early to mid 1800s, satirized the Gothic female reader of her time. So at least as far back as the 1700s and potentially even further back, there has always been a penchant within humans to pursue specific power fantasies. And those power fantasies for women are going to look different from power fantasies for men. Men had a type of pulp fiction very much like Indiana Jones, where you have a guy running around getting the babe, James Bond type of stuff. You got the cool cars, the tech, the babes, casual violence. And for women, you have the gothic feminine heroine who will somehow survive all odds, and maybe a handsome man will rescue her if it's pre-60s. Post 60s, 70s, she's probably rescuing herself, but it stays the same. I think self-aggrandizement and emotional and main character syndrome has always existed in writing. We simply haven't seen it because most of it disappears. The stuff that is able to survive the sieve of time and academic interest usually does not have that type of quality. Even so, I would argue, like recently I've been studying Hamlet. Hamlet is an extremely deep and thoughtful type of piece of writing that talks a lot about philosophy and human relations and meaning. But if we take away and ignore those more thoughtful points that are made, at the end of the day, you have a weak-willed, spineless idiot who can't decide for himself what is the right thing to do and ends up killing a whole bunch of people either on purpose or by accident. So I do think Craftian tacking this onto Critical Role or tacking this onto Tumblr is short-sighted, and unfortunately I think the Tumblr problem, the fan fiction problem that Second Story talked about, right? The fan fiction problem that Second Story discussed, the Tumblr problem, the Veilguard problem, all of these problems are actually more linked to an ongoing human failing that has affected entertainment long term. One way to mitigate this is to be harsh on your characters, to be tough on your characters, to put your characters where you don't want to put them, to push your characters and to challenge your characters. But even that, even putting your characters through hell, can become in and of itself a type of porn. We call it hurt comfort. I'm personally hugely into hurt comfort, but hurt comfort in and of itself can also become extremely artificial and meaningless. So some people would say, oh, we can fix this issue of the power fantasy and of the of the self-aggrandizing main character, the main character syndrome. We can deal with this by being tougher on the characters and having more consequences. But even sometimes I think that way lies a different kind of peril, where you have these people who believe that if people aren't dying, nothing is meaningful. And I've heard it before. It comes a lot from men as well, by the way. These kind of modern, materialistic men who think that if people aren't fucking and if people aren't dying, then the story has no meaning and it's not real and it has no meaning and there's no value here. Not even entertainment value. And so I just think it's a very naughty issue with multiple levels of how can I put it? I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. There are many ways for it to manifest within creativity. It is not always manifested maliciously, and it has been going on for a long time. TTRPG is not a spectator sport. Yeah, I agree, Wooly. I don't think it is intended to be, but I guess some people are treating it like a spectator sport. TTRPGs are dying because nerds no longer have friends. Interesting. Royal. Welcome in, Royal. I watched Legend of Vox Machina. I liked it, but it doesn't have 21st century California bullshit, but somehow it isn't that bad. Or maybe it is, I just don't care anymore. I'm numb to the pain. I don't watch gaming. I will watch a friend game, but I don't want to sit and play any kind of game. The exception being if I'm trying to learn a complex tabletop game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It used to be a lot more social. Speaking at large, person, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Even electronic gaming used to be a lot more social. Yeah, I think social gaming has become more difficult, right? So I'll touch on this briefly, and then we're going to go forward. First off, gaming used to be one of the only ways for people to connect online. So they would be more social through a game. But now with social media, there are alternatives to meeting people. So gaming has become less of that. There are also certain types of gamers who are not there for social, right? Their lives have been difficult. Maybe they have been stuck in a sedentary desk job. And they're kind of burnt out and done for the day because they're working in a job that does not give them life. And so when they get home, they want to log into a dungeon or do a raid and not have to deal with the social aspect of it. So for example, recently, Josh Strife Hayes said that he wanted to play World of Warcraft. I forget if he's playing retail or classic, but he wanted to play it so that he would create friends in the game. He would have a guild in the game, and everyone would socialize through the game. And the amount of people who told him that he was playing the game wrong because he wasn't going to Wowhead, there was a lot of pushback. Let's just say that. Because there are a lot of people who say, oh, well, you should just go to a website and figure out the game on your own. And he said, his response was, no, the whole point of playing an MMO is to have a social experience and to work with people socially. And he is absolutely 110% correct. 110% correct. Shay has mentioned this multiple times as well, right? MMOs are initially supposed to be, at least, highly social experiences where you can go up to anybody and ask them a question. Unfortunately, the way some MMOs were created, Preach has pointed this out before, has led to punishing trends, which has caused players to become toxic to a point where Shay told me we can take it with a grain of salt. But Shay has told me that even the concept of having a roulette to do old content with newbies would be a horrible thing for these toxic older players. So you can see how the very thing that was designed to be social has become a breeding ground for extremely narcissistic, impatient, dare I say, toxic people. Now, is that the game's fault? Is that the dev's fault? I don't know. You can discuss that among yourselves. But I do think that although some games are made with the best of intentions to be social, the player base themselves becoming niche ends up sometimes less social than it should be. And the more pressure the game puts on a player, the less likely they are to take the time, because people are not going to naturally be giving and patient and thoughtful unless there's something in it for them. Because at the end of the day, it's entertainment and they just want to have fun. Now, I would like to believe in my fellow man, and I personally have had positive experiences in WoW Classic. Not so much in retail, although Shay and Sim were fantastic. Miro was there, fantastic friends who played with me. I've had fantastic experiences in Final Fantasy XIV. I've met good people in Guild Wars 2. Good people exist, but in this day and age, you also have to deal with the fact that some people go into those games not wanting to have a social experience. They just want to do the thing and then they want to go. So, yeah. Most streamers attract min-maxers unless the streamer tells them off. It's an old content roulette week, by the way. Half and half super toxic groups and super nice ones. We get 2 of those weeks a month. Yeah. Good people don't exist in League of Legends. There you go. There you go. Royal, do you play League of Legends? LOL? Curious. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's see where he takes this. So he's going to go into a preamble, which I support. Let's hear the history lesson, the context.
Of course, this didn't appear out of nowhere. Tumblr culture, as much as that's considered passé, cringe, or whatever these days, was big during the late 2000s and early to mid 2010s. The term OC, an acronym for original character, grew out of fanfiction culture that was big on forums back in the day and continues to be on sites like Archive of Our Own or AO3. Tumblr specifically was a perfect place for reverence of these characters and sharing your own, because it was a major stepping point between the outdated, clunky forums of old and a more visually pleasing, dare I say, aesthetic social media account. This is generalizing, of course, and I have no interest in touching on the larger culture war discussion with a 10-foot pole. Short of living under a rock though, you're probably familiar with the typical Tumblr experience. Fan art of fictional men really going at it, people passionately writing essays about their favourite TV shows, or posting surprisingly detailed art about their sexual kinks, alternate universes, and so on. You can imagine then that a community consisting of horny teenagers, artists, bleeding heart romantics, edgy goths, and weed enthusiasts was the perfect target demographic when, much like gaming let's play culture that was taking off around the same time, channels like Geek and Sundry and Critical Role began to share tabletop and actual plays. This proved so successful, in fact, that it launched the careers of e-celebrities like Felicia Day, Will Wheaton, Ashley Birch, and I'm sure many other names I'm not familiar with and can't be bothered looking up. Whether at the time Critical Role imagined itself to be the juggernaut it is today doesn't really matter, but the promise of a group of popular union voice actors living out their dream characters to a live audience became a phenomenon. It wasn't so much about the substance of these sessions, but whatever hijinks the group got up to that week. People who had never played a role-playing game before, computer or otherwise, tuned in to see their favourite member of the cast, their favourite character, and where the dice rolls would lead to next. What this in turn encouraged was the forming of parasocial relationships and a genuinely cult-like audience of users. Much like TV shows, video games, movies, books, TikToks, and so many other things, Critical Role represented a way for many people, whatever the reasoning, to live vicariously through the stories they were consuming. Characters became a part of who they are, and the point of hotly contested discussion, fan art, theories, and so on. It's only natural then that given this success, companies making role-playing games would push more towards the growing fan base and catering to what people wanted. To use indie games as a point of comparison, you may have heard the term streamer game or streamer bait. Essentially cheap, low-effort games that are made for easy reaction content on YouTube and specifically to be played by large Twitch streamers for little more than their 15 seconds of fame. This is, sadly, what RPGs turned into, games that are more about their characters and the importance of their players, making them feel special and powerful than.
Okay, so he's saying the point isn't that social role-playing has ruined more stat-heavy RPGs. Vampire the Masquerade 5e is my favorite rule set by far, and it's all about characters. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think there's a human condition. It's been going on for a long time. I think humans have always taken stuff and remixed it and put themselves into it. It starts with a dad sitting down and telling a fairy story to his kid from the top of his head. And a parent knows that the child will sit and quietly listen in bed if it starts out with a princess or a prince that's named after their own child. No, wait a minute. I can't talk about that. Damn it. Okay. Anyway, let's keep moving on. So I personally think it is very common and natural and normal to make stories your own and to take it away and remix it for yourself. Okay? I personally have no problem with a person going off into their corner, taking whatever it is that they want to take and doing something with it. Whether it's write an alternate universe, insert some cringy self-insert character, I have no problem with that. I honestly think it's normal and it's human and it's highly productive compared to doing nothing whatsoever and sitting around on your ass and complaining about your entertainment. Oh, I wouldn't do it that way. Why did they go that route? Why did the author go that way? I personally would prefer to see someone over time use their ability to begin with, let's say, writing cringy AF, childlike stories that are very self-focused. That's normal for almost all kids. Okay. To write self-focused bullshit that's cringe AF. That's how you start. And then move onward from that. And hopefully mature as a writer and as a person. And there are a lot of people, and I've heard some people that are here currently in chat, critique the direction of a story. And my response would be, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit down and write your own story where you do it better? And the answer is no. No, you're not. A lot of people are more than happy just to complain and move on. So I have a lot more respect for people who at least try to take what they like, remix it, and do it for themselves. My problem is when publishing industries, which should be gatekeeping houses, and editors, which should be raising the quality standard of writing, don't come into play, don't train and mature these people. The act in and of itself of self-inserting or exploring as an immature, youthful writer There's no issue as far as I can tell with that. The problem is when you as an adult don't grow up, and when you cannot take criticism from an editor or a publishing house. That is the problem. And the publishing house and the editors that are unfortunately brigaded by certain philosophies or are filled with less than professional people for one reason or another, those are who we should be looking at. Now, are some of the people who are working in the publishing industry, are they also part of this self-aggrandizing main character syndrome type of group of people? Yes, but they should still be adults. They should still have professional standards that they should be looking for. So this is, in my opinion, more of the effect of a dangerous philosophy at play than it is what some kids are doing or what some young adults are doing on the side. Personal, self-aggrandizing, main character insert, low art is, in my opinion, not in and of itself a problem. It is how it is not kept to that space of free entertainment. It's not kept to Tumblr or Wattpad. It is elevated into the publishing house, so on and so forth, without particular critique, right? Once again, if somebody for free put What Fury Brings online and said, here's my feminist rage story with penis guillotines, I would be like, okay, yeah, whatever, moving on, right? The problem is when it gets published. That's the problem. So I'm more interested what got the institutions there. And so I would argue that this this is a much bigger problem, I think, than he thinks it is. This is not just Tumblr at play. I think there's a much larger societal issue going on than just Tumblr. The Tumblr phenomenon is simply, this is like Second Story all over again. People are mistaking natural human activity as the cause and not the symptom. I'm getting out the NFT. Okay, so we're going to put shit RPG at the top here. So this is what's caused, this is like the problem. And then at the bottom here, we're going to have participation trophy culture. Number 2, shitty education designed for girls. This is linked slightly to lack of healthy competition in education. Another POMO related to POMO, lack of standards, period. Money. No, I'll not say money. Greed, which is related to trend chasing. Self-aggrandizing main character syndrome. emotional, yada yada. Realism Andes. And oh, what's the word? Where it's like people who get off on like pain, but I'm not talking about masochists. You know, like people who mistake having like pain or death in a story as being meaningful. No, not sadists either. I don't know. Let's just say hurt, comfort, Andes. That's not, I don't like that. I'm going to put a box around that because I don't like that. It's not sadism. It's not sadism. I'm not talking about, it's a specific thing where people think that Game of Thrones is a meaningful story because lots of people die and people are always messing with each other and there's no good people, edgelords. You know, Willie, I kind of like that. That's slightly better, actually. Let's put that in. That's closer. Yeah. It's just like they think that a story is meaningful because the people are acting like more amoral and gray and people are dying. It's linked to realism. So, thanatocentric. We'll just put edgelords. I think all of this creates shit writing and shit RPGs. Oh, I forgot to put in the Disney princess syndrome, where it's like special. We're all special. Special. I think all of this can feed into shit RPGs if publishing stops gatekeeping. Okay. This is the big one right here. See, this is all of this can happen in social life and no one gives a damn, really. But as soon as it actually affects the video game and book, so this is book and video game publishing. So as soon as the book and video game publishing stops gatekeeping, largely because of POMO, largely because of lack of standards, greed, trend chasing, as soon as the book and video game publishing stops the gatekeeping in terms of writing, in terms of creation, I think then people care. Okay. Nobody really cares what the Jones are doing next door in their private homes, right? They do care if the Jones take it out onto the street. So I think most people should and would be fine with someone writing an OC into Harry Potter. No one gives a crap. Okay? No one gives a crap. But they do care when it goes into something that they paid for. And they should care. I should add that. They should care. They can care because they're paying for it. They don't want to have, infantile, immature writing. I want to push back against this rhetoric that this comes from Tumblr. And the reason why is because I teach kids creative writing. Okay? These kids actually, the kids that I'm teaching are from a Chinese background. Their parents are not letting them onto the internet willy-nilly. Okay? Like, these are kids who have very limited access to the internet. And when I give them an opportunity to do a piece of creative writing and I take the guide rails off and I say, write about what you want, they are going to write about a purple-haired female protagonist who was asked by a government officer at a coffee shop to assassinate the neighboring country's president. And the purple-haired kitsune girl assassin decides she doesn't want to do her job, but instead promote peace. So she brokers diplomacy and essentially overturns a coup with simple release of government documents to the press. Okay, I may or may not have had a student recently submit that as a story. It's incredibly cringe, okay? But this is a young girl who has had no access to fan fiction. This is not fan fiction or Tumblr's fault. Fan fiction or Tumblr is just an outflow of what naturally occurs in immature writers and immature people. The problem is that these people haven't grown up. And they get together in groups and they yes woman and yes man each other. That's the problem. I don't care even if they get into groups on Tumblr and yes man and yes woman each other. I actually don't care. Who gives a fuck, honestly? The problem is when it's accepted into paying customer marketplaces. So this going after Tumblr, this going after social stuff, in my opinion, is a mistake. It's a red herring. And honestly, I appreciate people who are at least trying to do some writing, who are trying to make their own culture, as opposed to sitting back and complaining every time they see something they don't like. Oh, I wouldn't have done it that way. I was disappointed because they didn't, the author went and did this and that. Well, then it's up to you to maybe start creating your own stuff. Maybe. So I personally think that the people who are creating their own stuff, I have a bit more respect for them, but not much. Just because some of it is genuinely cringe. And I would never read it. But it still is better than doing nothing at all. What am I going to call this NFT? Reasons for shit RPGs. But let's keep going.
And meaning, nuance, and depth. But okay, maybe your first reaction is that I'm exaggerating or it's simply not the case. For a better example, we don't need to look any further than Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. Despite Josh Sawyer's apparent dislike of RPG romances, that apparently didn't stop Obsidian from making an entirely tangential sideshow featuring self-inserts and hiring the cast of Critical Role to voice it. Deadfire is truly remarkable in how it undermines its own universe by essentially being a crossover event with genuinely some of the worst romance dialogue ever written.
I'd sear your name over my heart, Watcher, if you'd only let me.
Given it was released around the peak of Critical Role, Pillars 2 doesn't feel like it exists on its own merit, but a cynical...
Okay, I gotta stop here again. I don't know about Pillars of Eternity. I wouldn't doubt that it's poorly written. But there's romance in Dragon Age Origins. And there's gay romance and LGBT romance in Dragon Age Origins. The difference, I think, between what happened in Dragon Age Origins, which, by the way, was spicier than what happened in Veilguard, but not as spicy as what happened in Inquisition. So it would go Inquisition at the top because you had full breast nudity and ass cheeks everywhere. And then after that would go Origins because you basically have a man going down on another. Anyway. And you do have that one chick who's having sex with that one guy. And she's wearing a bra though. So she doesn't have her tits out all the way. So I would put Origins underneath Inquisition for pure bawdery. Inquisition was what happened there, I don't know. But anyway, so we have Inquisition at the top, Origins in the middle, and at the bottom is Veilguard. So anybody coming to me and saying, well, you know, Veilguard represents LGBTQ. No, Origins always represented LGBTQ. So did Inquisition. And they did it better, and it was steamier and spicier and had more porn in it. The only reason why we don't hear people complaining about Origin, and we do hear people complaining a bit about Inquisition. Inquisition was more of a failure in terms of gameplay, from what I understand. And people hated Veilguard, not just because of the cringe DEI shit, not just because of the insertion of talking about political stuff going on right now, but also because it was written badly. It was just written badly. Origins had romance, but it was written well, and it was written with consequences. And if you, for example, even in the middle one that nobody likes to talk about, Dragon Age 2, even in Dragon Age 2, if you went with certain characters, other characters wouldn't like that. And if you didn't pre-establish a good relationship with that, those characters, that character might leave. So what I'm trying to say, I guess, is like in Dragon Age Origin and Dragon Age 2, and to some degree Dragon Age 3, Inquisition, there were consequences for your choices, and the romance was better written. The problem with Veilguard isn't that there is romance. The problem with Veilguard is that it's written poorly. And people going, well, there was the trans stuff in the Veilguard. Yes, it was written poorly. They already had a neutral thing for the fucking Qunari within the culture already. They wanted to make a point about non-binary, so they destroyed the Qunari lore in order to make a real-world statement that was absolutely unnecessary. So Veilguard failed across the board. It was cringe, it was preachy, and it was poorly written. And you can come to me and say, oh, well, it represented the LGBTQ. Origins represented LGBTQ. My elf boy was accidentally gay because he flirted too many times with Dorian in the dungeon. It was just really good. And I liked Dorian and I thought he was sassy. And so the chips fell where they may. You know what I'm saying? It just happened. But you could, as a female, romance Sarah, and I hated Sarah. I got her out of there as soon as I could. Romance Sarah in Inquisition. You could if you wanted to and have a lesbian sex scene. Some people did. There was Iron Bull and whatever crazy stuff went on over there. There was a lot of cool stuff going on in Dragon Age. A lot of progressive stuff going on in Dragon Age. Nobody was complaining about it that much. Certainly not that much. Until it became poorly written, cringe, and forced. So this whole, I don't doubt that Path of Exile was, Pillars of Eternity 2's romance was poorly written. But that's a writing problem. That's not a romance problem. romance is sort of cringe. It is cringe to certain people. I find some romance cringy. I'm going to be honest, simp, right? That's why I I just couldn't hack it. But yeah. Wooly said, can't speak in general, but for myself and other D&D players and dungeon masters, making your own homebrew setting was the norm. That's really cool. We should try to get Wooly to be a DM for us. Can you imagine Wooly being a DM for us? People watch Warhammer 40k lore videos, but will never play a game. Fourth Wing or Akotar is a bit cringe. There are like 360 Forgotten Realm novels, I think. Dragonlance is 200 alongside Greyhawk. That's core D&D. Romance is fine. It just needs to either be important or total side. Yeah. Dragon Age tackled the trans question Inquisition because the Qun assigns identity based on your job and role. Yeah. Gameplay was also nothing great, apparently. Yes. Sarah was such a letdown of a romance option. Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to argue here, is that right now he's talking about the fact that there's romance in a game. I think romance and progressive romance, for example, in Dragon Age, has been around a long time. It was just written better. So maybe we should ask what happened to the writers? And then obviously the answer is, where did the writers come from? So we need to crunch data, figure out what school are all of these people coming from, what schools, were the schools heavily impacted by certain ideological rhetoric? Were people hired that shouldn't have been hired based off of their sexuality or their identity, cultural and social identity? Were people not held to account by appropriate quality assessments? That's what we should be looking at, is the professional angle. I personally don't think putting a romance option in to a game is the end of the world. It happened before in the past. It was fine. It's how it's written. And from what I saw of Veilguard, I watched all of the air quote sex scenes, air quote. It was more modest than a nunnery. No, that's hyperbole. But you know what I'm saying? It was so fade to black, my eyes rolled to the back of my head. And I'm somebody who like runs away at the sight of genitalia, right? I am like bolting out of the room if I see so much as one piece of genitalia. I'm like, and I run away. But there was nothing there for me to even, there's nothing there. Now, another thing we got to consider is the age-old question, but we want money. And I do think this is where developers and programmers and writers do have to think about, who do we want to appeal to? And if you want to appeal to certain female audiences, certain casual audiences, you're going to want to put romance in, however cringe people might think it is. Even the best written romance will be cringe to certain men. That's just the way it is. Even if the romance is best of its class and doing what it's supposed to be doing, some men are going to find it cringe. And that's just the way it is. So, once again, Pillars of Eternity here could be absolutely cringy. Absolutely. I'm not going to argue Craftian on this one. But I don't think the problem is that there's romance in it. I think the problem is, how was the romance written? And if Critical Role is full of narcissists who never grew up and never had pushback, and the developers didn't hire editors to edit this stuff and they just slapped it in there, that is, in my opinion, not the problem of civilians necessarily. it is the problem of the this responsibility lies at the developer's door, at the studio's door, because they're supposed to be gatekeeping for the consumer. They're the ones who should be drawing the line. If they decide, okay, we want to go for a certain audience that likes Critical Role, so we're going to ask Critical Role to be their usual cringy, narcissistic, main syndrome selves in our game, that's what they can do. We can all look at it and be like, oh, that's cringe, that's poorly written. But the idea of just having a romance, I don't think we should just toss that baby out with the bathwater. Just because there's a romance in there doesn't mean that it has to be bad. It's how they went about it. They went with apparently main syndrome afflicted people without appropriate editing, which resulted in apparently, allegedly, really cringy romance options. The romance in The Witcher is not that good, though. The Witcher, all the men I've talked about the game with, a lot of them just mention the romance. I don't think they're talking about the romance. I'm going to be honest, simp. Fable 2 and 3 had better romance than Veilguard. The romance in Witcher 3, I'm thinking about, there's like basically two options. I personally think Yennefer is probably the more canonical one. The fact that you can choose the red-headed bish, I mean, I don't know. I think Owlcat is pretty good at romance. They do have an edge, though, by having a wide cast of characters they can provide for a variety of tastes. I do agree, Wooly, that, for example, in Rogue Trader, quite early on when I was playing it, you were introduced right away into being able to talk intimately and meaningfully with the character. Not sexually, it's a completely different thing, but like getting to know that person and building a realistic relationship with them. I thought it was well written. I think most people would look at that and go, that's fine, whether it's progressive or not. The problem is are the writers mature enough to get feedback and to be pushed back on? And also, are the writers allowing their characters to get hurt and to make bad choices and to be wrong? And there are, I think, one of the problems today is, if we go back to my NFT here, and this is almost to the point of so if we go back here, right, we have the Disney princess syndrome, we have the self-aggrandizing main character syndrome. Okay, if we take, let me see here. Let me see if yeah, okay. So if we take this part here, the Disney syndrome, okay, the emotional masturbation, the self-aggrandizing main character syndrome, if we take the participation trophy culture and we mix those in together, I think what we can argue for is the very real presence of me, the culture of me. And I've seen this happen with a lot of people where, once again, I have no problem with a person going away and remixing a story or having fun and being creative. I don't have any beef with that. But whether you make something or not out of what you have seen, I think right now in this culture, both in men and in women, is this idea of my taste, my preference, what I want to see. And this is not to be confused with the question of individualism and tribalism, because I still think that our culture is largely tribalistic. This isn't about being an individual, okay? This is about I want my way. And I've seen it on both the left side of the political cultural war and the right side of the political cultural war. If this media doesn't represent what I believe, it's trash. If it doesn't represent me, it's trash. If it doesn't represent what I want to see, it's trash. If it doesn't make me happy, it's trash. If it's not something I find entertainment value from, it's trash. If it doesn't represent some sort of arbitrary artistic value that I have determined on my own without any input from other people, it's trash. And this is a common mentality problem that afflicts a broad spectrum of people. And I think it's common right across the political board. The difference right now is that the institutions, academic and entertainment institutions in North America are largely controlled by left-wing interests. So the left-wingers can, if they don't like something, attempt to censor it, whereas conservatives and conservative value type people just have to walk away. But if the roles were reversed, it would probably still have the same outcome. There would still be censoring of some kind. Because at the end of the day, it's not actually about being right or wrong or having morals or not having morals. It still is about just what I want to see. And the reason why I believe this, the reason why I think this is happening is it even happens in MMOs, right? Let's say a dev, like Final Fantasy XIV, a dev comes out and says, oh, hey, we decided to do some work on the game and we came up with answers to glamour slots. Instantly, you're going to get high-end raiders going, wow, you wasted time for the casuals, right? Then the devs come out and say, oh, hey, we came out with this awesome ultimate raid. And you instantly get, wow. The raid has a cute mount. You're taking away cute mounts from me. From the casual people. This is a human, this is the ultimate Satan. Is this narcissistic, I want to see what I want to see. And if a book or an author doesn't take me where I want to go, I'm going to drop it. I have a right to walk away. If the game is giving me an experience that I don't want to have, I have the right to not participate in it. And on some level, that is true. But on another level, when this viewpoint how can I say this? When this viewpoint becomes too heavy within you, when it takes over your entire perspective, you become undisciplined and you become narcissistic. Once again, it's not wrong to have convictions or standards or quality measurements that allow you to determine how to spend your time and your resources. But it is very, very easy to mistake those qualities and measurements, and you will think, oh, I have a quality, I have a measurement, when actually it isn't. It's just narcissism. People mistake narcissism for having quality and measurements. And So therefore, you know, the game has this in it and I don't agree with that. So the game is trash. That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah. Triss versus Yennefer comes up a lot. Yeah. To be honest with you all, there are games I wish had romance options. Yeah, that's fair. The Critical Role team is quite skilled. Their source book is quite good. I have no opinion. I'm going to be honest, Simp. I have no opinion on Critical Role. Like I said, I have barely scratched the surface with them. I don't know. I don't know. But let's say that Critical Role is a group of people who are taking personal interests into the public sphere and sharing it, much like fan fiction does. I have no beef as long as direct cash equivalency is not at play, or they are very, very clear about what their product is and people can make a choice as to buy it or not buy it. At the end of the day, people are going to buy what is entertaining to them, unfortunately. Right? We already talked about this. It's called social proof. I personally think social proof is a shitty way to go about thinking about things. Because we all know that based on social proof, Critical Role is good. Right? So you either agree that social proof works and say that because a lot of something has been bought, it is therefore good. Or you just say people may or may not know what quality is, and they will buy it regardless if it scratches an itch. And that's why I didn't like the idea of using social proof to defend Crimson Peak. Crimson Peak, Crimson Desert. Because we can then use social proof to defend Critical Role. Whereas maybe we can look at Critical Role beyond it's popular and instead talk about why is it popular and why are people thinking that it is quality entertainment. Then that's a more interesting conversation to have. It's common across countries. I'm seeing this sort of storytelling in PGR now that the story is in younger hands, and there's little reason to assume they were exposed to Western sensibilities. Yeah, Wooly. I personally think an immature, youthful writer who has no pushback and who has not grown, who has been sheltered, who's not had any real difficulties in life, who has not traveled, who has not engaged meaningfully with the world, their writing is going to be soft. They're going to be soft on themselves and they're going to be soft on their characters. Unless that writer has a naturally dark personality, they're going to be soft. I personally think most people are going to accidentally fall into power fantasies for their first novel. It's normal. We don't need to demonize this. The problem is when it gets into marketable stuff. But even then, for low art, for entertainment value, am I shitting the bed over this? The answer is no. Not to a degree, no, right? Obviously, from an academic perspective, I am kind of like, oh my gosh, why am I alive? But in a more practical kind of sense, I understand why it happens and why people want to buy it, because it's saying the quiet part out loud. It's saying what people want to see, unfortunately. And it can feed into this self-aggrandizing power fantasy stuff. But once again, I personally don't see it as necessarily always being bad. It's just how is it utilized and whether the writer has had pushback. I don't think it's a creative, this is not an outflow of Tumblr or AO3. That's where I disagree with Second Story and this guy. This is not an outflow of Western specific trends. This is an outflow of human nature that needs to be pruned over time within an individual who wants to write something meaningful. But there are tons and tons of people who don't want to write something meaningful. They just want to write base, twinky entertainment, and they're going to write for an audience. And if we go with the social proof theory, why not? If you want to make money and you want to be consumed, why wouldn't you? Right? Crafting can sit around all he wants and go, well, you know, this is the bad state of things. I could sit around and go, oh, well, this is the bad state of things. But at the end of the day, if you're trying to make money, go for the bag. I mean, this is what you got to do, right? Maybe. I'm saying maybe. I think at some point Critical Role will fall off and people will get bored. Something new will come along. But anyway, let's keep going.
Cash grab that uses e-celebrities to justify itself. Ironically, it didn't even end up selling that well. This isn't the same Obsidian that made KOTOR 2 and New Vegas. The Outer Worlds proved that beyond a doubt. But that's just one game, right? Well, now we get to Baldur's Gate 3. I already made an entire video about tearing that travesty a new one, how the main story makes no fucking sense, and how Larian desecrates two legendary games to desperately claim it's a true successor, spiritual or otherwise. The game is disappointing beyond words, disgraceful to the legacy of the Ballspawn and iconic characters, but Baldur's Gate 3 also fails in its central origin characters. Now would probably be a good time to clarify that I'm not saying Karlach, Astarion, Shadowheart, Will, and so on are poorly written. It's perfectly valid to love these characters to death. Hell, there are characters I feel that way about to this day, and I'm not trying to take away the acclaim that the characters and cast have received. It's well deserved. But if anything, that's kind of the problem. Baldur's Gate 3's central cast suffers from a terminal case of main character syndrome. These characters are so important that the fate of the game world revolves around them. They have the ears of gods, the attention of beings that are powerful enough to rewrite aspects of the setting, and none of that is ever earned. Even the very game starts within Avernus. You don't work your way up from nothing like Baldur's Gate or Fallout or Gothic or Morrowind or Wrath of the Righteous. You're already there because you're special and because it looks cool, I guess. These characters are so important, in fact, that it is hard to take the rest of the world seriously. Everything you do has major consequences. Everyone's just sitting around for you to come and fix their problems. It's like the worst parts of Skyrim, in that the world feels like a static stage that bends at the player's convenience. This takes the worst aspects of OP, that guy, or special snowflake mentality in tabletop role-playing and makes a whole game out of it. And Baldur's Gate 3 is directly the result of Critical Role, and the worship of player characters at the expense of believability and everything else. Original Sin 2 was a novelty at the time in how it used origin characters. You could argue it was guilty of this phenomenon as well, and I've already gone over other problems the game had, such as the lack of meaningful long-term choice and consequence as a result of open-ended, co-op friendly writing. But personally, I never felt that Ifan, Sibyl, the Red Prince, or even Fane were so important, so powerful, that they took center stage. Divinity still has major problems with a very obvious lack of world building, and a world that doesn't really feel lived in, but the origin characters weren't so important that they transcended or broke reality. They were still just pieces on a much larger board, but not in Baldur's Gate 3. Everything you do, everywhere you go, you're bumping shoulders with ancient power, all-powerful deities, and figures that can reshape the Forgotten Realms on a whim. And that's where it's hard to take any of the characters seriously. Like playing a game with someone who has loaded dice, who wants to be the DM's favourite, who wants to be the centre of attention each and every time the party does something. It doesn't make for very compelling writing or a memorable experience overall. And so we come to Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Just to make it clear, I have zero investment in this game either way. The fact it's been 10 years since Inquisition, the entire
I don't know about Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know about that one. He admits it's well written, but that's a problem. There are two aspects to, well, good writing, right? I've always said there is the content and then there's the execution of the content. That is to say, the writing itself. So I'm not sure what he means by that, because usually if you're going to say whether something has good writing or not, you should clarify which part of that writing is good. Or are you just saying in general it's good, but then he goes on to explain why the content isn't good. So that's a problem. But it is very possible to have very well written, poorly conceptualized content. Is it so bad that a game out of many other games has a power fantasy? And I struggle to want to throw something under the bus simply because it's doing something that maybe I personally don't enjoy. Probably part of the reason why all of the characters have this main character syndrome in BG3 as well as the Divinity games is because you are allowed to play as those characters, I think, or something like that. I think you can choose to start out as any one of them. I believe. I could be wrong, but definitely in Divinity, you can choose to be the Red Prince. You could choose to be Fane. And so you obviously then have to make those characters meaningful, because if the player decides to choose that character, like, there has to be a meaningful thing going on. So I think perhaps the actual format or the structure of how to approach character might be actually what is causing the devs to have this problem, not some greater social trend that is related to what we were talking about earlier. Once again, it is very easy to look at a set of circumstances that look like another set of circumstances and assume that they come from the same problem. But I'm not sure that the source of Baldur's Gate 3's problem is the same source as the problem of Veilguard, or that either of them are linked to the same source of the problem in Pillars of Eternity. So I think this is a case where you have three situations that all look like they have a problem, and he might be mistaking some of them as having the same source of a problem. And the only reason why is that the writers for BG3, as far as I know, didn't significantly change that much from Divinity. Maybe they pulled on some more into the writing team and they shifted everything. Maybe. But I'm more likely to believe that BG3 and Divinity Original Sin, that problem, the main character syndrome problem that erupts in those games, is due to the very formation or structure of that game, and not because the writers are infantile or pomo or ideologically obsessed. I'm not sure if I would conflate the problems of BG3 into the problem of Veilguard. The problem with Veilguard, to me, is significantly different than the problem with BG3. But once again, I am talking about two games that I will admit I have not played. I kind of want to hate play Veilguard, but I don't want to spend money on it, and I'm afraid that I'll watch it and I'll just cry over what they do to Solus. So I may just avoid playing that game, because it would probably be like watching episode 8 and 9 of Star Wars all over again, and we don't want Chieko crying on stream. this person we're reacting to, he hasn't mentioned any other creator that does D&D fanfiction or self-insert. I could list many Kickstarter supplements based on D&D's OGL. Well, I think he's punching upward at the big video games that were, in his mind, spawned from a larger cesspool of social issues. And once again, we talked about this. There is a cesspool of social issues that has caused main character syndrome to hit some franchises, okay? And is it possible that BG3 or Pillars of Eternity or Veilguard are suffering from main character syndrome? Maybe. But right now, if you're going to ask me, I think BG3 suffered from specific structural requirements for how they built the game. I don't think that it was written specifically to feed into this kind of ideological or whatever process. Veilguard does scream a little bit of main character syndrome just because of the political stuff that kind of, you know, that extra baggage that was put in there. But even so, I think there's just shitty writing going on and a very bad take on lore. Life is too short to hate play a game. You are correct, Willie. Especially, I feel like my life is way too short. Leo says, they'll be soft on the characters and fill his or her story with gratuitous violence and sex to appear mature, but there's a difference between mature content and an adult worldview. 110% correct, Leo. Couldn't like that comment more. Absolutely. So there is a difference between having mature content and having a mature worldview. And I feel that a lot of fanfiction nowadays and a lot of writing nowadays has mature content, but it is not a mature worldview. It is not nuanced. But I also think that there are these edgelords and these realism Andes, of which Craftian might be one of them, who want to do this very specific type of approach to RPGs in grind. And it's not real or meaningful or immersive unless it ticks off those specific boxes. And I think that is also a mistake. It's like, you can have both sides, can be wrong. We both hate PG3. There you go. What the hell is he saying? His words here are so antithetical to tabletop role-playing game. Yes, as a Dragon Master, it is Dungeon Master, it is my job to make sure the players feel like they can shape the story. Well, Epic, I think some people would disagree with you and would say that the role of a Dungeon Master is simply to provide opportunities and challenges, not to provide a story or to provide a winning scenario. And so, like, there'll be hardcore dungeon masters, I assume. But I don't know. Good night, Emmy. Good night, Miro, by the way. Looks like people are going to bed. Am I running late? Oh, no, we're good. We're good. I think he may have a very specific taste in RPGs. It does feel like that. Everything he said about Baldur's Gate 3 is just wrong. I know opinions exist, but Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 exist, and you shook hands with power in them. From Driz to Elminster, the creator of the IP. Yeah. If you're a dungeon master and you're not giving your players the choice to roleplay their characters, then you're not playing D&D. Right. But does the character have to be winning all the time? Like, is it assumed... Like, once again, I don't have, I'm going to be honest, guys, I don't have a lot of skin in this game here. He's describing OSR type TTRPGs. Okay. See, in my head, I thought there was like two types of, well, maybe three types of TTRPGs. There's the social TTRPG where you're just providing like a background for people to romp around in and have fun. and I accidentally may have spent 2 years of my life doing that bullshit, and I hated it personally. It took what could have been a horror TTRPG experience into what felt like being stuck in progressive Tumblr for 2 years, and I hated it. Then there's like the narrative focused TTRPG, where you're supposed to be following a structure story and your character is intended to have an experience and go along. But then I think, if I recall faintly, there are a group of people who, like in TTRPG, there's like a sandbox, and then you just choose to go anywhere and you grind your way through various encounters and things as you will. Yeah. Okay. See, I was right. Okay, I was right. Just reading Wooly and Epic. See, I'm completely right. The game depends on the dungeon master and what the dungeon master wants to offer and what the gamers are there for. So in an ideal world, the social gamers will go with a social dungeon master. The railroad narrative gamers will go with the railroad narrative dungeon master. And the sandbox, Souls-like, we don't know what the fuck the story is, Elden Ring, look at the ruins on the rock and hope that you get what's going on. Hopefully, if you ask the right questions. Fuck you if you don't. Sandbox, you're on your own, no hand-holding TTRPGs. So, and I imagine that there's actually a spectrum. It's not so trinary. I think there's probably a spectrum between all three of these options, but these are like the three general TTRPG approaches. My guess is this Craftian bro probably wants the sandbox, barely there narrative that allows personal choice, meaningful consequences. He could also like narrative TTRPGs that might also have heavy consequences and specific characters. But the choices have to have heavy consequences and feel meaningful. No power fantasy here. And this just might be his personal preference. But he does talk about power fantasy over here. OCs and power fantasy. So we're going to talk, he's going to get to that in a little bit. But from what he's talking about and how he's talking about this here, it seems like he might prefer like that Elden Ring-esque approach where you engage with the world in good faith on your own and there's not as much hand-holding. Epic says, I mean, we can go look at old school campaigns and see what stories they were offering. You may be very surprised. There are still unavoidable similarities. Half of every character skill is for out of combat interactions, like Life Rogue and Wizard and Bard. He is a massive fan of Disco Elysium, which is a significant demerit on his character. Is it? I might be playing Disco Elysium at some point this year. I want to try it out. So Epic, this is where I'm struggling, right? My guess, okay, this is just a guess. You guys can tell me whether I'm right or wrong about this, is that they would put out books that would perhaps appeal to the narrative TTRPGers and the hands-off Dark Souls. What is it that Simp referred to it? OSR? OSR type TTRPGs, right? They would write for those with the knowledge that people would soften it up according to their own group's desires. That's my guess. That if you really took a look at player statistics, massive amounts of them aren't going to be the hardcore people that this guy would want them to be. Yeah. But that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe there was more hardcore stuff going on, and in old D&D, people wanted stories like Lord of the Rings. So more narrative focused. But even saying Lord of the Rings is in and of itself kind of crazy, right? Because in Lord of the Rings, you have this little hobbit who, by all rights, if we are going by the realism Andes, right? So if we're going by the edgelord realism Andes, Frodo shouldn't have made it, right? He only made it really because Iluvatar was watching over him, right? And then we should dislike, for example, Aragorn because he is the way he is by virtue of his birth. Like this is like he is special from the get-go. So I just I'm not sure. Yeah, they wanted to play as Aragorn. Yeah. I bet they did. Do you want to play as, you know, somebody who can only wield a frying pan? Especially if you're realism Andy? I don't know. Part of your character's seats are skills that range from persuasion, survival, arcane knowledge, athletics. So everything from combat to jumping or asking for a discount you rolled on and could fail. Yeah. Yeah. The original creator wanted it to be more like Conan. Most people aren't realism Andy. Ben's like, how's the cool as the frying pan? Probably not as cool as that new thing that you got at your work. Rollmaster is realism. That isn't popular. Well, and this is where I'm saying, Simp, is I wonder if the general audience really does like Critical Role for some cringy reason. And Craftian, alas, and maybe Wooly, I don't want to put Wooly in this, but maybe Wooly as well, are these niche gamers who unfortunately are not being serviced. They're feeling a bit left out here for very obvious reasons because the majority don't want it that way. It's kind of like what happened with what's that Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation and New World, where they all started out as PvP focused. The Dune game, the Dune MMO that came out, right? It was going to be this like full PvP, full loot PvP bullshit. And they realized really quickly, we're not going to have enough money to run this game and support our studio. We're going to have to make PvE content so we can get some of the mid-core players in here so we can survive and put bread on our table. Critical Role is like a TV show. I don't give a fuck about Critical Role, like I said. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying Critical Role is good. I'm not saying BG3 or Pillars of Eternity. I'm certainly not saying Veilguard is good. But what I'm trying to suggest is that equating the creation of Veilguard to some fact that a large portion of humanity doesn't want grind and friction in their entertainment, okay, is not the same thing. The problem that afflicted Veilguard is tangentially related to the problem of people not wanting friction in their entertainment. There are some people who love friction in their entertainment, but there are many people who do not. And it's the same thing with people saying that they like to read a classic novel. Okay? There are tons and tons of people out there, not a lot, but there are people out there who genuinely sit down and read Count of Monte Cristo and read Bleak House and read Hamlet as if it's candy. And then they turn around and they talk down at people who can't stand classical literature. Are you somehow, going to be less of a person because you can't enjoy that difficult thing that offers extreme amounts of friction? I would argue to a degree, you should probably seek out some friction in your spare time, whether it is through creativity or whether it is through trying out a skill or a piece of entertainment that might challenge you a little bit. I think it's a good idea to have a little bit of friction in your entertainment. But is it so bad for most people to seek out lack of friction? And is humanity's desire for lack of friction in their entertainment the reason why Veilguard is bad? And I don't think it is. I just don't think it is. I think a lot of people just want to have fun, but that is not entirely the same problem as why Veilguard happened the way it happened. When it comes to Veilguard, the problem is pretending like it wasn't just effed from the start. Friction, no friction. They designed a game to put out a message that could piss people off. Exactly. Exactly. Inquisition, in the minds of most people who were Dragon Age fans, was a failure. Most people, looking back, will go, Dragon Age 2 was fucked up, but Dragon Age 2 didn't have a lot of time to get made, so we will give them a pass. They were doing their best. Most people will go after Dragon Age 3, Dragon Age Inquisition, over the gameplay and how they felt like it didn't have the depth that Origin had, right? It lacked some of that challenge and that friction. But the writing, compared to Veilguard, is loads better. And so I think a lot of people were just like, oh, well, Veilguard's bad, but, it's okay. It's fine. Veilguard's just bad, right? It doesn't have anything. It doesn't even have a good story. And the story that is there was, like Epic said, designed to piss people off. Some people like it when their entertainment chafes their skin. I don't know, Herman. You tell me. That's IGN's job. I enjoyed Dragon Age 2. The game just wasn't finished and had to reuse so many maps and assets. You are correct, Jonathan. Yeah. And this is where I'm saying is like, I don't like conflating the problems that might have ailed BG3 with Veilguard. I just don't know if that's... I do think everything is related. I think the culture of me has led to a chunk of these things that might be very apparent in BG3, but I don't think that the intention of the devs and the writers in BG3 was necessarily so specific. I'm just I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Just not sure. Dragon Age was almost my first tattoo, an Inquisition one, but after Veilguard, I can't risk that ink on my skin. Went with the Canehurst rune. Oh my lord. Epic has a gamer tramp stamp. Wow. Okay, let's keep going.
Creative team has left, and its own developers once described it as, quote, Anthem with Dragons should tell you everything you need to know. But whether or not you're going to pick it up day one, or it heralds the end of Western civilization, is besides the point. The once legendary formula that BioWare pioneered, that being character-driven storytelling to elevate the plot, has eaten itself alive. And now everyone's special. Now everything is about romance, and the world, the setting, and above all, the quality of the writing is secondary. In that sense, Veilguard is the absolute endpoint of this phenomenon, and the cult-like fandom that OC culture and Critical Role started not so long ago. One day, Veilguard and the bloated, desiccated corpse that BioWare has become will be the subject of academic.
Okay, here. The phrase Anthem with Dragons was not a public statement by BioWare developers, but an internal cynical description of an early live service iteration of the game, which was named Morrison or DA4. Its development was heavily impacted by the production of Anthem and EA's initial mandate for a live service RPG. So, once again, I don't think we can be extremely critical of Veilguard. I like being extremely critical of Veilguard. We should be extremely critical of Veilguard. But saying that Anthem with Dragons and then saying, oh yes, that means that it was overly focused on romance and it had main character syndrome energy, that has nothing whatsoever to do with what we're talking about here. If anything, it shows that the vision about this game was extremely complicated and problematic from the start, right? It shows that the devs were battling with probably forces far above them for a game, right? Because this was a live service, intended to be a live service. So once again, is that game still alive or did it die? It was taken offline. I think Anthem's going down. I think it's been taken offline. The point that I'm trying to say here is, like, even his statement there stood out to me, so I looked it up. Because if I remembered my coverage of Veilguard and Anthem, the whole point of Veilguard was that it was supposed to be live service, and this was a decision made by the suits to a degree, probably by the studio, and it affected the beginning stages of the development of the game. And a lot of time was wasted on that iteration. That has, in my opinion, my humble opinion, it is not related anything to do with romance or main character syndrome. He just tossed it in there because he thought that would sound cool. It's a useless aside. We can talk about how switching a vision in the middle of a project almost instantly going to fuck you over. I think Simp asked me, what do you think of people who change their mind halfway through a project? My answer, scrap it. Scrap it, forget it. Set it aside, let it percolate, or scrap it. You cannot pivot such a large ship instantaneously and come out of it with something good. Now, there are some industry examples of a team transforming something from shit to gold, but that is so irregular as to be a desirable outcome, but not to be assumed. And so, for example, No Man's Sky, turning it around the way they did, is a gold standard, but it cannot be assumed that your team has that ability. What Yoshi P did with Scrum, with the help of Scrum, Yoshi P took the team, well, took probably a large chunk of the resources at Square Enix to turn A Realm Reborn around and save Final Fantasy XIV. That is laudatory. We should look at that and go, wow. People need to look at that and be like, we need to learn from that, right? There's nothing wrong with attempting to turn your project around and save it. But do not assume that you're going to do it, that you can do it, because it takes a lot out of you to turn something around halfway through. One does not simply rewrite a book when you're halfway through it done, especially if that book is longer and you're like dealing with 75,000 words that you got to rewrite. I do not think you can simply turn halfway through a process and be like, oh yeah, we're going to pivot now. It's laudatory. We should mention that it happened. We should say, yeah, there's No Man's Sky with Hello Games. Yeah, there was CBU 3 with Yoshi P. We can say that that happened, and we can go, that can happen, and we should celebrate it when it happens. Same thing with Cyberpunk. CDPR. Oh, Wooly is already typing about it. There we go. CDPR turned Cyberpunk around, but it took 3 years and $100 million plus dollary dues. Exactly, Wooly. Exactly. So there's another one, CDPR. I think they did like Phantom Liberty and had like Idris Elba in it. Amazing. Fantastic. Bravo. Right? Way to go. They held to it and they said, no, we're going to fight for this. We're going to fight for this and we're going to bring it back. I support it. I celebrate it. But do not assume, especially with the way it sounds that BioWare is run, do not assume that your team has the capability to do that. Do not assume. Changing direction like a hard pivot is riskier than just trying to improve on what you have going. Yeah, exactly. It's a technical change, not a material one. Yeah, that's another thing, right? This is like going from one type of structure, which is a live service, into a completely different type of structure, which is a single player game. However, recently, we did see somebody put out a game recently that was intended to be an MMO, and they just made it a single player game with pretty solid success, I should say. Ben, can we hear the magical words from you? Can you type it in chat? The stunningly, surprisingly game that was initially developed as an MMO, but has since become a open world sandbox RPG. It Can Have My Babies. Wow. We've lost Ben, everybody. Yeah, Crimson Desert with Pearl Abyss. They had an MMO on their hands. They said, what are we doing? Let's put it out as a single player. They put it out as a single player. That's pretty crazy. Now, does it have some problems? Apparently, they're already fixing most of the problems. We're talking like within weeks of launch, within days of launch. So I personally believe that there have been in the past examples of companies hard pivoting on a project, and being able to turn a project around. But it is rare. CDPR is the benefit of not having people breathing down their necks besides their customers. BioWare, unfortunately, does not have that luxury. Capital L luxury. EA ultimately dictates the direction of their game. Yes. So this is where I'm saying, Jonathan, I think the devs were at the mercy of suits. But there is a way for them to have pivoted the game without putting in the cringe, right? So let's say that they did pivot the game, okay? They pivoted the game from Anthem to a single player game, right? Does that mean that they had to put in the non-binary cringe? No, right? They could have put out something that was just a standard phoned-in fantasy, and at least we wouldn't have to have a comment about how tokenized the LGBT community became, right? They could have phoned it in, and the worst thing we could have complained about was there wasn't enough ass and tits, right? That's that they didn't, them deciding to put in the writing some bullshit scene, making a bullshit modern statement about something that they cared about, was unnecessary to the pivot. So that's why I'm saying talking about Anthem live service, live action Anthem with dragons is immaterial. That's an unnecessary comment, I think, about this whole situation. They could have made Anthem with dragons. It would have been cringe, but it would have probably been a sight lot better than what we did have, which was trash talking about her non-binary whatever identity.
Academic study, but from the moment it was announced, or should I say re-announced again, that shift in focus from a game that once used its characters to enhance its setting to making its characters the only important thing about the setting is clear. John Epler, now the creative director of the Dragon Age franchise, was previously a cinematic designer on Mass Effect and Dragon Age. This role primarily involved cutscene composition and how the camera works, which has nothing to do with the characters or the writing or really any regard for the setting. Veilguard's game director and self-described queer-osexual gendermancer, Corinne Bush, worked on The Sims for more than a decade before joining BioWare after Anthem. She has never even worked on RPGs before, but it was apparently no issue to fire the entire writing team towards the end of development as well. These are now the people at the head of a franchise that clearly meant a lot, and still does, to a lot of people, but they had basically nothing to show in terms of prior writing experience, nor, clearly, care for the IP. It should come as no surprise then that the Veilguard throws the series' entire continuity out the window. Despite having a perfectly functional save state feature through the keep introduced back in Inquisition, nothing matters anymore. Only 3 choices have carried over from any of the prior games, and that's only from Inquisition. And guess what? One of them is who you romanced. Of course. Who became the new monarch in Ferelden? Did Morrigan perform the dark ritual and conceive a child? What happened to the Anvil of the Void? What happened to Hawke in the Fade? Who's now the ruler of Olay following the Winter Palace? Who drank from the Well of Sorrows? Who's the new divine? What happened to the Mage-Templar conflict? It doesn't matter, you fucking moron. Only the new characters matter. What do you know? They're pansexual too. Time was, characters meant something to
I'm torn on this. I'm torn on this. The reason why I'm torn on it is because I don't have the keep. So when I played Dragon Age Inquisition and when I played Dragon Age Origin, I was playing on a hacked Xbox that I bought in China. Basically, when you bought an Xbox over there, it came hacked, right? You couldn't get really an untouched Xbox, Xbox 360, I should clarify. So what you would get instead was basically the shell of an Xbox, and then inside they would have the motherboard and all of that bullshit, but then they would have attached into the back a hard drive preloaded with pirated games. Okay, this is how they did it in China during my stay there. So I had no access to the keep, and I played Dragon Age 2, part of Dragon Age Origins, and Dragon Age Inquisition without access to the keep. And I sometimes wouldn't remember all of my decisions that I had made in the previous game, or I didn't finish Origins because it was just too wonky for me to use, that I ended up just randomly choosing stuff. And so for me, coming in as somebody who hasn't access to the keep or doesn't even remember her choices necessarily, I understand why you would want to ensure that the people that you are using and interacting with in this game matter as much as any of the previous games. If you don't have access to the keep and you don't know, like you can't load in your previous choices. To me, this whole question of the keep not mattering and the choices not being loaded in sounds like a development and studio problem, not simply a writing problem. There is, of course, a question of whether the writers were respectful and whether the writers respected their canon. And once again, we go back to unprofessional. So we could actually add in here another line right in here. We could put down the word lack of professionalism. This is another huge issue right now that I'm seeing with writing, generally speaking. There's a lack of professionalism, a lack of respect for canon. Lack of respect for canon comes from Pomo. This comes from Pomo, technically. Once again, Pomo shouldn't be used for this. Pomo is intended as, let's just say, a theoretical framework of thought, but it results in lack of respect for canon. So we could say these writers have suffered from certain ideological misuses or from certain educational standpoints. But more often than not, I think it's a lack of professionalism and an inability or unwillingness to sit down and grapple and do homework, right? Why sit down and do homework and try to bring things in? And this is where part of me is thinking the reason why the keep doesn't exist may not be because of the me problem and the Disney princess and self-aggrandizing main character syndrome. It literally may come down to a bunch of writers with not enough time on their hands because Suits made a shitty call. The writers themselves lack professionalism, lack respect for the canon, worst case scenario, lack respect for canon. But we could even take lack of respect for canon or malice off the table and also explain this whole situation as being writers not being given enough time to adequately deal with the content that they are given. Because if they went from a live action RPG, like a live service game, to a single player narrative focused game, they would have conceivably had to create a ton of content. And this could explain why, for example, they weren't ready to put in all of the decisions and incorporate all of those decisions in meaningfully into a game. Do you know what kind of a writer you would have to be in order to take into account every single choice, one way or another way, for what a player did, all of those choices in the keep? you would have to be an architect. How many writers these days are trained to approach writing architecturally? So, like, as much as I am likely to believe that the bad writing for Veilguard was due to malice, it felt like that with Star Wars as well. I could believe that it was due to malice, but I think it's equally explainable through a lack of skill, a lack of time, and a lack of professionalism. I think trying to explaining the problem of Veilguard and linking it to Tumblr culture is understandable, but I think there's more going on with Veilguard than just that. Because I'm going to be frank, if it was really writing for Tumblr culture, they would have had way more boobs and tits. And we would have seen way more graphic male-on-male shit. My Fujoshi senses would be very happy. But I was not. The romance scenes themselves were literal fade to blacks. They couldn't be bothered to animate a proper sex scene. I think they failed everybody. That was my point with Veilguard, is they failed everybody. Fundamentally. And anybody who's telling telling me, oh, well, I felt represented because they had chess cards representing transitioning people. You're lying to yourself. You are supporting it simply based on wanting to support a specific minority group in your culture. You are lying to yourself about the quality of the content you were given. You were given nothing. Go back and play Inquisition. You will know what I'm talking about. And this is why I'm saying, if it was for Tumblr, they failed the Tumblr people. Because the Tumblr people like sex. And they didn't even get that right. And that's why I'm saying there's more going on here than a malicious undercutting of what some older writers were doing. This is more than just pushing DEI. Veilguard is absolute failure on all levels of criteria. Same thing for What Fury Brings. What Fury Brings is actually worse than Veilguard. We should not put Veilguard with What Fury Brings, but you understand what I'm saying here, right? There are ways to represent all kinds of beliefs and philosophies about the world. Veilguard let down everything. Everybody. It let down the original fans. And I think if progressive gamers are honest with themselves, it let them down as well. Because it's the most phoned in, poorly written shit with barely any sex scenes. There's barely anything there. And The Keep is an example to me of the devs and the writers. Because once again, what if the writers had access to all of the Keep's notes, okay? Let's say the writers had access to all of the Keep notes and they had all of the lore and they knew, okay, we gotta get all of these decisions into the story somehow. We got to do these Easter egg callbacks. Let's put them in some of the side quests even, let's say. All right? That's where I would actually put them if I was them. They would have to have an architectural writer to be able to keep on track, to fold it in naturally without an echo of contrivance. Okay, so that's part one. Part two, they would have to write the story in such a way as those decisions would make sense to be mentioned again. part 3, they would have to make sure that the actual people who are programming this piece of writing, like the video game itself, know how to connect to the keep through some sort of server or something, so they can load in the requisite choices that the person made. It is very possible that when they did the live service game, when they did the live service foundation for the game, it's very possible they did not take those things into account, right? Because why would you want to have a keep in a live service action game, like live service game? So you're putting in stuff from the keep, but you're only putting in 3 things, which tells me that it was either a rush job, or they lacked resources, or out of malice, they wanted to say F you to the old writers and they didn't want to put it. But if they wanted to say F you to the old writers, why put in the 3? So it feels more to me like incompetence than malice. But that's just me. And in their incompetence, they couldn't even, in my opinion, satisfy the Tumblr culture. I'm going to just double check that. A very easy metric here. We can take a little look. How did it take? We just need to look at video games here. Fallout 3 has 2,900. Okay, that might, let's put that in here. Fallout 4 has 12,000. Okay, so these are, we're going to use these as kind of like control numbers. Whoa, Fantasy Life has 62. That's crazy. Okay. Final Fantasy 14 has 46,000. Okay. And let's find Dragon Age. Dragon Age. Dragon's Dogma has 314. Dragon Quest. Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins has 14,500. Dragon Age Veilguard has 13,000. Dragon Origins Awakening has only 2,000. I guess that's a 2,268. Dragon Age 2 has more at 17,000. And Dragon Age Inquisition is booming at 43,000. Okay, check this out, folks. Take a look at that. Dragon Age Veilguard has only a little bit more than Fallout 4. It has less fanfics than Origins. Less than Dragon Age 2, the recycled asset game. And it is even less than half of what was written for Dragon Age Inquisition and Final Fantasy XIV. Veilguard is not popping off. Veilguard did nothing for the fanfiction community. In the grand scheme of things, it is a blip. Final Fantasy XIV and Inquisition are doing better than Veilguard. Veilguard was cringe. It's doing nothing for that community. That's what I'm saying. So I personally think it's just a failure on all levels.
RPGs. Hell, I already spend 4+ hours talking about each of them, and I have my own hills to die on about Best Girl Arushale, Viconia, or my waifu, Bart, Body Pillow. But these games understood, much like the golden age of BioWare that's long since passed, that characters enhance the storytelling in the world, not supplement it entirely. OC culture and the reverence that is developed around particular characters, be it Astarion, Shadowheart, Serana, Anders, Panam, or whoever, has come at the cost of a believable world where the player exists as only one small part within it. You can't just be a nobody, or, God forbid, have to work for something. You must be the best, the most important person in the room, and the center of attention at all times. In that way, it's not unlike Marvel and Star Wars franchising that creates characters for the explicit purpose of selling merchandise of them. Because that's all that many RPGs see characters as now, objects to brand their IP on, to get picked up by internet culture and proliferate through these communities. We don't even need to look that far back to see what it used to be like when characters didn't inspire their own subculture. They were just a point of contact within a world. Jack, Morden, Thane, Grunt, or Garrus in Mass Effect 2, Sten and Shale in Dragon Age Origins, Triss and Yennefer.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't disagree with him more. First off, there's two things being said here. Number one, power fantasy. I don't think if you eat Twinkies 24/7, that's good, but having a Twinkie now and then isn't bad. So getting your panties all wadded up because a game decided to go for a power fantasy, I think is, I think you need help. But I do think that we can talk about poorly written stuff that mistakes moments of empowerment with agency and doesn't understand what character progression or growth can look like. I do think we can make have a very real discussion about whether certain writers are equipped to handle specific media. We can definitely talk about that. And we can also talk about whether the writer is achieving the audience expectations that they are aiming for. But to suggest that because something is written a specific way to appeal to a specific audience means that therefore that is bad, I think is extremely short-sighted, and that's not how you should be qualifying or quantifying anything. It's like that guy in the IGN who gave that mouse game a low mark because it wasn't serious enough for him. It's kind of that energy that's happening here. You got to think about what did the writer intend and then judge the writer by that intention. Did they intend to achieve this? If they did well. If they didn't do well. And that's how we can look at how things are done well or how they are done not well, how they're done poorly. But I am going to be very honest here and say that we can, on occasion, for academic reasons, apply a general standard of objective criteria to assess trends in thinking, assess how writers are handling things from a meta perspective. We can look at trends in writing. We can look at trends in thematic approaches. We can look at patterns across media, and we can thereby make assumptions about culture as a whole. But I feel that that falls more into anthropological concerns and not literary. So I am interested in it to a degree, but a limited degree. I'm more interested in more of like the theoretical aspects of literary analysis. Trying to make a cultural statement by extracting thematic approaches across media is, in my opinion, more anthropological than anything else. So while I think there is a valid approach to this type of inquiry, I don't think it should be confused with evaluating whether something has entertainment value or not. So that's part one. Part two, he implies that the characters, because they aren't written a certain way, are not therefore extracted or fanned over, or like do not create little cults. And then he shows one of the two most important cult divergences in a video game. Are you a Triss girl? Are you for Triss? Are you team Triss or team Yennefer? I know that some writing is better and contextualizes their characters better. That's for sure. 100%, Hundo P. But to suggest that just because a writer has done a great job in grounding the characters, providing pushback for the characters, providing strong progression for the characters, does not mean that people are not going to create a whole subculture around those characters or that piece of writing. This idea that somehow in the early 2000s, we all woke up as humans and suddenly decided that we are going to idolize characters is wild and is so historically cut off from what happened with Sherlock Holmes. Just comes right to mind. I'm flabbergasted. Do you know how many people freaked out when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle killed off Sherlock Holmes? Do you know how many people literally lost their minds and start writing him early versions of hate mail? And how many spin-offs and takes on Sherlock Holmes happened as a result? Or what happened to mythological characters who are rehashed and rehashed and rehashed from even greats like Stan Lee? Revisiting and yoinking characters out of their contexts and putting hybrids of them into other different types of novels and media formats is normal. Like, my favorite archetype is this like emotionally traumatized but highly educated witty man. It started with Dorothy Sayers' Lord Peter Wimsey. It was adopted by Dorothy Dinnett's Francis Limond Chronicles, and then it was passed down to C.S. Pacat's Captive Prince and some other ones. It's like an actual archetype that happened. That archetype of that specific male has been remixed now through 3 generations of writers, going back to the early 1900s. And it is very possible that Dorothy Sayers, when she was writing Lord Peter Wimsey, could have been pulling from other specific archetypes, like, for example, Frankenstein, Victor Frankenstein from the Frankenstein book, and Hamlet, for example, from Hamlet. Titular characters, if you will. I think this idea that humans woke up in the early 2000s and suddenly were like, oh, we're going to be parasocial about characters in our books. Anyone who makes those kind of comments, second story crafting, I don't care, they have no idea what they're talking about. Historically, literary circles will tell you, historically, there have been multiple instances of people forming parasocial relationships with unreal characters in classical novels and regurgitating said characters in their own work. This is normal. Now, should it be done well? Yes. Should you be careful and not to just like copy paste and be cringe? Yes. But this is this whole idea that humans are somehow gone off the rails because we are getting parasocial about our characters is wild. Chieko's over there on Team Dandelion. I actually like Dandelion. I'm not gonna lie. I did like him. Ain't a whole lot of architects still visibly working in gaming. It does feel like that, Wooly. It does feel like that. It does feel like people come in and they are disrespectful. That's a problem. But also people just lack the skills, and that's a problem. This criticism is caused by the lack of dating games in the Western market. Developers try to shove romances into other genres because no studio wants to fund a visual novel romance game. That's interesting. That's interesting. I suppose the indie world royal will have to step in. Playing an RPG on a console, my soul rebels at the idea. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the RPG for me, I think. I know he's speaking English, but my mind feels like I'm listening to French. His soul is dead. That's why he sounds French. I don't know why you would complain about power fantasy when the difference between your character suddenly gaining stats and improve in combat can be achieved by a single experience point. Search for Garrus from Mass Effect on the Smart Archive. You might be surprised. I just think that the parasocial relationship that people have had with characters has been going on for a long time. And he's arguing that all of these games that he has decided that he's okay with are somehow free from this problematic behavior. And I personally do not believe that's the case. I didn't check on Archive of Our Own. What The Witcher 3 is. Where is it at? Let's see. Witcher. Witches, Witchbrook, Witch's Tale. Wait a minute. Did they put it under Wild Hunt? I gotta search. Oh. The Witcher video game. All media types. Witcher TV. So they put The Witcher under all media types. Interesting. They collapsed all of it, but there is one for video game. Okay, so The Witcher video game is 10,437. I'm going to try to find Yennefer. Yeah. This is made more complicated because they folded in the Witcher games with the Witcher TV series and the Witcher books. But it is clear to see that there are tons of AUs revolving around the Witcher IP as a whole. Garrus is a character from Mass Effect 2, and even though he looks like a bipedal insect, a good chunk of women got hot and bothered about him. I am not surprised, I guess. Yeah, that's great. Anyhow, I guess I'm just trying to say is like, I think he's not taking into account more historical things that people. I just think that people will make any character an OC like and write fan fiction and be cringe about it. They'll do it about anything that interests them. It's going to happen. It's going to be out there. For me, it's about calling writers to a higher standard and requiring writers to be knowledgeable, professional, and respectful of the canon. That's all. I think that's all that we need to require the writers to do. And if there's an ideological issue with this, or if there's some sort of a suits-related, corpo-related reason why a writer can't take the time to get to know certain things, those kinds of factors need to be dealt with. So whether it's malice or whether it's incompetence or whether it's some higher up economic factor at play with suits interfering, these factors need to be assessed and then dealt with in order to ensure that writers are put on the right path to write meaningful characters within a meaningful world. But don't, if you write something that's meaningful and powerful, I wouldn't doubt that the energy that comes from that meaningful and powerful story is going to cause people to go out and write their own stories and use that energy to be productive and make their own productive pieces of writing, however cringe that writing might be.
Arguably, in The Witcher 3, Visa Smar in KOTOR 2.
Oh, that's my
Therese
ending for Geralt.
In GTND. Now, it is a requirement that all characters be romanced, that they have steamy sex scenes, that all characters have the same wink at the camera, self-aware bullshit writing, that
If this guy thinks that Veilguard had steamy sex scenes, I'm worried for him. He literally cannot be talking about Veilguard and steamy with a straight face. Like, what are you talking about, bro? If you want to point a finger at steamy sex scenes, we should go back to Dragon Age Origin, shouldn't we? Or Inquisition. Inquisition is also quite body. But Origin also, just saying. So I feel like he's being a bit cherry picky here, folks.
everyone's quirky and easy to draw for fan art. If there's anything I can say to end this on a more positive note, it's this. If in writing your world or story, you must make the characters front and center of it, then it doesn't inspire confidence in what you have to say about everything else. Write your world first and let the characters be informed by it, not the other way round. Characters are, first and foremost, people, not political mouthpieces, passive romantic escapism, or objects to put on a shelf somewhere and forget about. People are imperfect, and sure, writing sometimes is as well, but it's in remembering characters as nuanced, flawed people that will get better writing for RPGs overall.
I'm just going to be very blunt. I don't want to burst this guy's bubble, but even the best well-written characters that achieve the aesthetic heights will encourage people to go and write about them and write fan fiction and do fan art. Okay? There are whack jobs out there who write fan fiction and make fan art about serial killers and school shooters, okay? And they aren't even trying to entertain people. And they still get fangirls, okay? So you need to stop correlating natural human response and attraction to what's going on here. This is too... Oh, well, we survived that video. I like some of his points. I get his general meaning. Writers need to shape up. But his idea that A, power fantasies can't happen, or that B, things can't just be for romance. It's this low-key shade on things that he doesn't like. It's like, okay, that's your opinion, that's fine. But just because something is romance focused doesn't make it bad. It just makes it low art. And we don't need to pretend it's high art. And not everything has to be high art. So, like, we need to all calm our titties down here. And the reason why BG3 may have failed as a story is not to be confused with why Veilguard failed as a story. And why Veilguard fails as a story isn't because fan culture exists. Fan culture always existed. What are we talking about here? So anyway, that was a tough one. That was fun. That was fun. There are a lot of statements that are true in isolation, yes. But those are catchphrases he used to hide his Veilguard romance hate rant. Exactly. We can talk about why Pillars of Eternity failed. We can talk about why Critical Role is bad for TTRPGs. We could talk about why BG3 failed narratively, if it did. I don't know. We could talk about why Veilguard failed. I have more opinions on Veilguard, honestly, because I played Dragon Age more, right? So, like, I have more opinions on Dragon Age. But I can tell you, from my understanding of Veilguard, that his reading of Veilguard is incomplete and lacks information. And his takeaway is anti-human and is idealistic in the extreme and will not work. I really dislike, Party says, I really dislike when people shade on romance, maybe because it's handled so poorly in a lot of games and TV shows. Romance is, in my opinion, for me as a person, I do find some romance, well, 60, 70% of it, I do find it to be cringe, okay? I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of cringe in romance for me. But even I, who do not find romance to be naturally interesting, knows when a romance is done well. And to suggest that because a story now has to have romance makes that story bad, I think is very silly. Because there was romance in Dragon Age Origins, and no one's complaining about that. The problem isn't the presence of romance. The problem is how it was written. He makes a good point about characters need to be grounded within their world, but the way he states it is poor. Because he's suggesting that you should make the world first and then put the characters in it. I personally don't do that myself. As a writer, I like to think about both in tandem at the same time. So I do think a bit about the world, then I think about some characters that interest me. Then I think about the world some more, and I think, how is that going to impact the character? And then I go back to the character. You bounce between them. You don't just make your world and focus on world building and lore and then write your character. That is not how that's going to happen. Do you know what happens if you just focus on your lore and you don't have your characters worked out properly? You end up actually in danger of making a contrived plot where the characters don't have psychological meaning. You think it's easy. You think it's very easy. I think that this is the way you should prepare for the book. No, you can't just create the lore and then create the character. You actually have to bounce between the two relatively fast while juggling a plot that makes sense. Otherwise, your plot will be contrived. When your plot is contrived, your characters are contrived. There's no realistic psychology. So instead of of just building lore, you do have to actually think about your characters quite a bit, depending on your genre. So if you are writing something that's more artistic and you want to rely more on archetypes and want to make more a point about the human condition and get a little preachy, maybe your characters are going to come off like they belong in White Noise by Don DeLillo, or some other shitty litfic type of book where people are standing around making comments about, you know, the state or whatever. I personally don't like it when a character gets too much of a mouthpiece one way or another. So I personally like it to be more psychologically true, which means you do have to massage your world and your character together. What I think he's trying to talk about is immature writers who want to just have fun with their characters at the cost of a greater narrative. And this kind of fan fiction type self-aggrandizement that can occur within writers that are immature. Okay? This is normal. There are kids, like I said, that I teach who have no access to fan fiction. They have never read fan fiction, but this is like the outflow of their interests. This is how they want to write their character. They think it's cool. It's not. It's cringe. But they're immature writers. And I think just that some of these writers have never been called to account and challenged as a writer to ground and challenge their characters appropriately. That's how we end up with Rey Skywalker. Is somebody who is trying to make an ideological point, or somebody who fundamentally doesn't understand what Star Wars is. In most RPG games, romance is a side story, seemingly relegated to a tertiary junior writer. Yeah, it does sometimes feel like that. Water is good for you, and all things are good in moderation. But Diet Sprite soda is the Satan of the health industry. You know, snacks cost more. Diet Sprite killed the ability to make flavored water. He said a few things that made sense, but they were to make the rest of his rant palatable to some, I guess. Yeah. I think he is correct that writers are not being called to account and are not being professionally edited and are not grounding their characters well enough. But I still think you have to take into account the audience. And in the case of Veilguard, he is suggesting Veilguard is bad because Veilguard was aiming for an audience that is not him. So that's a terrible argument to make to start out with. Instead, he could have asked a much more easy and interesting question, which is, did Veilguard appeal to its intended audience, the Tumblr people, the alphabet people, the LGBTQ people? Did it appeal to them? And I would argue, judging by the lack of Fujoshi movement on this game, the answer is no. So it is way more interesting to talk about Veilguard from that aspect, in my opinion, than it is to bang on a drum about this isn't for me and I hate it because it's not for me. It's just not great. It's not a great tack to take. I would have taken a different tack once again, but that's just me. Okay. All right. Moving on. You missed out on a few letters. Oh, Willie. Yeah, I did. I can't remember them all. I can't remember them all. Wait a minute. I've been added. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're gonna aim for one more. Oh man, I miss hanging out with you guys in Discord. Remember that one night we had Shay in the Discord, we had Wooly, we had Ben. Who else did we had? We had someone else. Was Jonathan there? Sorry guys for slurping. But yeah, I have a lot of opinions about Veilguard. I genuinely think it was a shit show. I think it should be a call to higher living. And I don't think it's wrong to hold writers to a greater standard. But I just think there's ways to critique Veilguard in a more decisive way. And it's very easy to look at things that look the same and say, oh, they all have the same problem, and seek out a pattern. We are pattern-seeking creatures, right? I'm a pattern-seeking creature myself. But we also have to test that repeatedly, because sometimes the obvious answer is not going to give us the full answer to the problem. And if we don't know the problem fully, we will not fix it. And that is why I am pedantic and I'm an asshole. But there we go. Let's try to get one more in before we end stream. It says how to outline a book with a plot grid. Now I'm going to be honest with everybody about, as usual, I didn't know about using grids until I became a ghostwriter and a publishing company sent me a narrative they wanted written in a grid, in a spreadsheet specifically. So using a spreadsheet to organize a story outline was quite new for me. And at that point, the ghostwriting platform I worked on hadn't yet finalized their outlining procedures. So they didn't have the official outline document at that time. So we would just have to negotiate with a client through a variety of different mediums, including spreadsheets. And that's when I learned about using a plot grid. But let's see first what she is talking about in terms of a plot grid, and then I'm going to stop and talk about whether this is similar to what I have seen done in my experience.
I find it the most helpful outlining tool I have ever used. I've written 7 books in the past 4 years, and I've used a plot grid to outline and revise every single one of those books. In this video, I'm going to explain to you exactly what a plot grid is, how I fill them out, how I use them differently in the drafting versus the revision process, and then I'm going to share with you the template that I use in this video so that you can fill it out and use the same one that I do. So first, what is a plot grid? A plot grid is a type of outline for a book that is created using a grid. I learned about it when reading an article about how J.K. Rowling outlined the Harry Potter books. She would write her plot grids by hand. I like to write plot grids on the computer because I just find it easier and I can shuffle things around more. A plot grid exists on a grid, and the way that it works is every single column of the grid corresponds to a different plot or subplot of your story, and every single row corresponds to a chapter or scene. This is what J.K. Rowling's plot grid looks like. This is a snippet from, I believe, The Order of the Phoenix, and I know it looks kind of overwhelming when you look at it all at once if you've never seen it before, but this is
not bad. Not a bad idea. 7, apparently, in 4 years. So this person, Claire Phrase, wrote 7 books in 4 years. I mean, yeah. Oh, is it a bit quiet? Here, I'll put it up a bit. So she wrote 7 books in 4 years. And right now, what she is showing here is J.K. Rowling's approach to grids. So you can see here, this is chapter numbers on the left. This is the general date. And then this is the title, perhaps of the chapters, or like a tagline for the chapters. This is the general plot of what's going to happen. This is related to the concept of the prophecy. This is related to Cho and Ginny. So I guess this is Order of Phoenix. This is related to, I guess, D.A. Dumbledore's army. This is related to Order of the Phoenix. Snape, and Herm and Fake something. So this is related to probably Snape's overview, right? She has to set in the foreshadowing. Hagrid and Granny? Anyway, Hagrid stuff down here. Okay, so honestly, if you're going to try out outlining and you don't want to use my boring list outline, I could see using this quite well. Honestly, I've done it before. I'll show it to you. I've done it before, and this can work, but there's a limitation to it. But I'll get into that later.
This is how it's broken down. So if you're looking right at the top, at the labels of every single column, you'll see that there's, the first one is number. So that corresponds to the chapter number. The time, so that's like the time of year that the scene or chapter occurs. The title, because each of these titles correspond to a chapter. The plot, which is just a very short summary of what the scene or chapter is going to be about. And then all of these other ones, so prophecy, Cho / Ginny, the DA, the Order of the Phoenix, Snape / Harry and Father, I believe that reads, and Hagrid and Grop. All of those are subplots, and each of them gets assigned to their own corresponding column. So then in every row, like in the first row, you have 13 under number, time is October, the chapter title, the general plot, and then a note under every single subplot column tracking how that subplot develops over the course of the story. By creating these columns for every subplot, you're able to easily track.
The volume is at max, for almost at max for the here, let me show you. Here, oops. Here you can see the desktop audio is at the green part, and this YouTube video is at max, almost at max YouTube volume. So I don't know how to help you there, unfortunately.
Track how every subplot develops over the course of your novel. If you're revising, and let's say you just want to
it's possible, or maybe you might have to up it. I'm not sure. Like, I could try to up it a bit more in OBS, but yeah.
Focus on the Cho and Ginny subplot of the book, you're able to isolate very quickly all of the different things that happen under that subplot by just looking at that column. And then you can see if a bunch of squares are empty, if, you know, they jump from one thing to the next thing very suddenly. You can kind of see the gaps in each of your subplots more clearly. This J.K. Rowling one is just a snippet of what would be her entire plot grid for the book. I make plot grids and track every single chapter of my novel from beginning to end, both before I start writing a book and after I've written a draft, to determine what revisions I want to make. I make my plot grids on the computer, usually in Google Sheets or Excel. So this is an example of a plot grid that I made last year for a book that I was writing. I'm not even going to say spoilers because this book is very different now than it was when I first started writing it, and also I have no plans on publishing it now. I really don't care if you see what happens throughout this book. This is what my plot grid looked like for my first draft of this book. You see on the top line, I have one column corresponding to chapter, one to plot point, one to time, one to the physical layer, which is basically just my plot, one to my invisible layer, which is like the general theme I was envisioning for the book, and then all of these are subplots throughout the story. So I was just kind of coming up with my general ideas for draft one. I don't know why it's not filled in right now, the plot point. I usually put in, like, if I'm using hero's journey or something, I will put in the steps of the hero's journey. Yeah, so here right now we have like fate climax, the climax, and usually this will be a little more filled out. This one's not completely filled out, so I think I just got too excited and just kind of jumped into writing this draft before I was totally done with it. But this was my the summary of each plot point in the physical layer. And then, as you can see, during, like, with the subplots, I kind of put the general subplots I thought would fit in well to this story up here, and then just filled in stuff that I had ideas for. My plot grids used to be extremely detailed. For example, this is a book that I wrote like 3 years ago. I had a very detailed plot grid for this. My physical layer column was really detailed, and all of my plot points you see are like pretty well fleshed out in there. So the way that I use a plot grid is different when I'm writing versus when I'm revising. I used to fill them out in serious detail back when I was first kind of still learning how to write, and I am obviously still learning how to write. Like, I'm never going to be done learning how to write, but I have a better handle on things now and feel more confident in my intrinsic abilities to make decisions on the fly, and I was not that confident in that a couple years ago. So my plot grids from a couple years ago were a lot more fleshed out than they are now, and what I like to do is create a plot grid and brain dump all of my ideas for the book into that plot grid. I like to start with a story structure like the hero's journey. The hero's journey is honestly my favorite one, and that's the one that I use the most. Make sure that I hit every plot point in the hero's journey and can put a bunch of ideas that I have for different scenes into the plot grid. So there are going to be a lot of gaps in it. It's not going to be fully fleshed out and completed. Not every column is going to get hit every single chapter because I like to do a lot of exploring in my draft one. But once I have a draft one, I find it very helpful to go back and retroactively create a plot grid based on everything that I wrote in that draft one. This allows me to get a really good bird's eye view of the novel and figure out how things are working and how things may not be working. It also forces me to put all of the little marks of my subplots into columns, and sometimes I'll find that when I do this, I'll realize that I thought that I was really fleshing out a subplot, but actually there were a lot of gaps in it. Like if there was a budding romance between two side characters that I wanted to show, I might have kind of forgotten about them during some scenes, and then they came back in some scenes, and maybe they were like just kind of looking at each other at the beginning, and then all of a sudden they're like holding hands and stuff in the background a couple scenes later, and there's a lot of missed opportunity for ways I could subtly develop that. And so that helps me open my eyes to things like that. So for example, with this book that I wrote last year, I went and I created a plot grid for draft 2, but it was not a totally perfect like draft 1 and draft 2 because I didn't quite finish the end and I didn't write the ending, and I got kind of confused and bogged down by what I wanted the book to be. So I kind of went back to the beginning and wrote everything that I had and moved things around to try to do like take 2 of the same idea. So this is what my plot grid looked like for draft 2. I honed in on my invisible layer. I figured out Will's character arc more, or like figured out what I wanted him kind of to be. I also realized that like there were some clues that I wanted to drop in about certain characters, or like a big reveal to foreshadow a reveal. I added in a layer of like the main character having friends from New York City, and I just wanted to track how much she mentions them and how her feelings about them change over the course of the book. In all of my physical layers, I note the cliffhanger at the end just to understand how each scene pushes into the next. And then when I went on to go do draft 3, I created this by writing down everything that I had, and then I used it almost as like another draft of the book by brainstorming ways that I wanted things to play out and putting all of that into this outline. This book was quite challenging. Like the most recent book that I wrote, I wrote an outline, I wrote the draft, I got all the way to the end, everything held together, and it was such a cool feeling. This book, I wrote the outline, I wrote the draft, I got halfway through, I realized I didn't like it, or I came up with a better idea for something, I'd start over, I'd create a new plot grid, I'd try again, and then that kind of was still bad, so I went back to the beginning and I tried again, and it's been this cycle of like chipping away at it, trying to get happy with it, and I'm still working on it, still not totally happy with it. So every single book is different, but this is a tool that you can use when you feel bogged down by just how overwhelming a manuscript is, because it allows you to take a step back from it and get a bird's eye view of what is happening in your manuscript, and it allows you to make a plan for how you can fix things and better see what holes there are in your manuscript. I created a template already, writing down all the things that.
Okay. All right. I don't know how to say this, but I'm at one. I like what she's saying here. Okay. I think doing pre-writing is crucial. And I think plot graphs like this can be extremely helpful. There are limitations. I'll talk about that in a few seconds. But the fact that she is introducing this to people is extremely, well, you know, it brings joy to my heart. I love this idea. I'm very pumped that people are talking about pre-plotting before writing. This is all very good. Now, did you notice when she was talking about her journey with writing, she got to this part right here, and she had written a large portion of the book and realized that she hadn't dealt with one character clearly enough. And this is where I think that once again, I think it should show some people here, okay? It should pull back the curtain a little bit and show that even if you are a baby architect, like this chick here is, if you are, you know, paddling in the pool of pre-writing, you are going to just struggle sometimes with making sure that all of your details get in. And for me, anyway, at least for me anyhow, I look at this and it makes me realize once again that a book that to you might think, oh, this book is extremely character centric. And, you know, do you remember how we talked about the previous video with the guy going on and on about character centric stories? In my opinion, a lot of beginning writers and inexperienced writers and immature writers actually suffer from narrative-centric plotline problems, not character-centric. So to the outside world looking in, you might say, oh, they're really obsessed with their characters. I personally think more often than not, the characters are simply contrivances to arrive at specific scenes that will release specific feel-good hormones in a person's brain, whether it's gore or sex or something intimate. So for me, this just goes to show that even in poorly written stories that the guy Craftian was complaining about earlier, where it's character centric, many times it's actually not even completely character centric because the characters themselves are contrived and overwrought and poorly handled and unrealistic and, you know, very hand wavy. It's kind of like, I'll give an example here. It's like the TV show Bones. Now, I love me some Twinkie entertainment. You know, I listen to like Dua Lipa and Britney Spears and Ava Max with the best of them. But I was rewatching Bones and I was struck by how this was present and this kind of contrivance was present in large portions of the TV show. As much as I like some of the characters, as much as I like some of the concepts, it is incredibly contrived, designed to allow the writers and, even more importantly, the audience, the target audience, to have a specific experience that I personally find to be cringe and contrived, but for some people is exactly what they are looking for. And unfortunately, this can give the appearance of being character-centric, right? Main character syndrome, right? But it is, in fact, not really about the character at all. The character is simply a vehicle by which the audience can experience the thing that the writer is giving them. And this is once again why I dislike the social proof argument, that social proof ergo good, because just because something is giving the audience what they want doesn't mean that it actually has aesthetic or moral or other types of, higher level value. It's sometimes just what people want to see, and it's bullshit and it's cringe. And that's why we have to be very clear about I enjoy it versus I think it's good. Because many things that we enjoy are not good. Fundamentally lack certain aesthetic or certain objective value in terms of like standards. Crinju? Yes, crinju dayo. So this is where, once again, we can sit here all day and say, well, I like it, or, well, lots of people like it. It doesn't matter. It can still be cringe. And this writer here just peeled back and showed how even the best kind of writer who's trying her best to do things the right way, to think about things and put some work in, put some effort into her book and plan it, she's going to struggle. Okay? It is not simple to juggle what is going on in a book. And so even a writer who is attempting some kind of a pre-writing with a plot, with a graph, with all of this, forgot one of the two main characters of her story and had to go back and reinsert important beats for that character. That's why I'm saying is like this hyper focus on, well, the character is it's all about the main character and stuff. It is more often than not actually about the main character. It's actually more often than not about the experience, and the character is simply a vehicle for it. And so the character in and of themselves ends up being as equally contrived as the plot and the world around it. And that's why I'm saying people are not even able to read this media appropriately. They therefore can't diagnose the problem appropriately. But if you listen to an author like this, you can see that she's trying her best, but it's a struggle. Oh no, the Chuni Isekai manga I read is trash. Whatever shall I do? Read it more? Yeah. Now I do want to talk a little bit about where this plot grid goes wrong. She talks a bit about the example plot grid. So you have her sample here: plot point, chapter number, time, point of view, main plot, major theme, subplot 1, subplot 2, etc., etc. Okay. I'm going to show something, and I'm going to first talk about the limitations of this approach, and then I'm going to give some suggestions for any writer who might be weighing in on this. Epic also mentioned mice, which, if I recall correctly, I'm just double checking this one. Milieu inquiry character event. I think I one time looked it up and then I banished it. Yeah, I think mice is only useful for mid to high tier writers who already know what they're doing. And I personally think for me as someone who is extremely interested in rereading value, it's not super helpful for building in foreshadowing, frankly. But let's talk about the limitations. And it's very easy to show you the limitations here. Okay, check this out. Where is it? Here's the limitation right here. This is the Tetrachus saga. Oh, right here. This is the Chronicles of Salamandus. I stopped attempting to do it. And then this is Tetrachus. Did I actually book breakdown? General ideas. Helpful links. Is there a list? Point of view, world building. I thought I started building the Tetrachus. Wait 1 second. Specific plot. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is actually for Tetrachus. I should rewrite this as T. I'll put T, specific plot points, for each book. So this is linked to the Tetrachus saga, which is supposed to have 5 books. I might actually rewrite this outline and extend it to 7. You can see we got a problem. And I think you should be able to tell what this problem is right from the get-go. Here we go. You should be able to, just by the fact that you can no longer read the text on the screen, you should be able to see what the problem is instantly, which is I could no longer visualize everything from a big perspective because I was dealing with too many individuals or couples. So you can see here, I ran into huge issues. I had the plot points here. I had specific couples or specific non-coupled individuals over there. And it just got too big to the point where I started getting confused. So I think there is, unfortunately, a limitation to the plot grid, because if you're trying to crunch information for a 5-book or 7-book series, you're going to run into literally being unable to see everything. Same thing if you write it physically out on a page, you're going to run out of paper, right? Your paper is only so big. So you're going to have to put it on multiple pieces of paper. So what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? Same thing here with the Chronicles of Salamandus, which will probably stay at 5 books. I broke it down into points of view, and I ran into instant trouble because there's foreshadowing like crazy. So, and there's like important things that I can't leave out for later rereading. So this became extremely, it became extremely apparent to me that as much as I like using a plot grid graph, I'm going to have to work out most of it physically somehow and just lay it out on my bed or something. And then later I might have to try to get these lines here into like very basic taglines and then try to see everything from a big picture. Because right now at the moment, there's too much going on. It's just, so if you're trying to do like a series, I think plot grid is good to do, but you'll run into issues with the limitations of spreadsheets and physical paper. So you'll have to figure out how to make that work for you. Now, if it's just an individual book, no problem. So let's take a look at Fuel Station 9. So Fuel Station 9, which is what I'm working on right now, you can see that I put down the general characters, their names, their races, their growth points, and their significance. So whether they're a pawn, whether they're a catalyst, etc. And then down here, you can see the chapter title and then what's happening in each chapter. So I basically figured out a general feeling of like what was going to happen in each chapter. And then races. This is related to the Salamandus characters, so I'm going to move that over here. Magic Tears. Yeah. So then after this, I went to my boring outline because I knew that it would be far better for me to not waste my time using a plot grid. So I essentially, where is it? No. Sorry, everybody. Oh yeah, here it is. So, sorry, I have a night mode thing going on for my Google Docs because I keep getting flashbanged by my fucking Google Docs spreadsheet. So here you can see that I have my chapter number, then I have my days, so which day is it set on, and then I have my basic summary. So I did a simple summary up here, like a single paragraph. Then I did a second summary, which was a more filled out paragraph. Then I did breaking it down into beats. And then I did chapter summaries. And from there, I broke it down further. So into this. Now, obviously, does that mean that I won't have to do revisions? No. I will still have to do some revisions, but I won't have to do major stuff that she was talking about. She was saying I did the initial plot line and then I had to go back in and I had to move things around. And I think if you have to move something around, I think there's a problem. There is sometimes an issue where you think that you're going to get all the information that you can into a limited space, which is what I ran into. I ran into trouble with chapter 1 and chapter 2, where I realized that I needed to do more setup work. Some feedback that came to me was that I need more sensory details and I need to be more clear with certain racial descriptions so people can fully immerse themselves in the world and understand what's going on with the characters physically speaking, like what they look like. Otherwise, people are just going to be confused. And I don't want any confusion, right? Like, Wind is not a furry. If you think Wind is a furry, we are going to have a problem, right? This is a serious problem. So obviously, I have to do a better job of describing things. So this told me that I might have to split the chapter in half, for example. That's completely different from having to move one chapter to a later chapter. If you have to move one action to another action before, I think you have, I think you did not do a good job with your pre-writing. But if you realize I have too much information in this chapter that I need to deal with, and I have to split the chapter in order to save the information, that's a completely different problem and is less problematic. You need less revision for that. It's more of a problem if you have to literally shift your information around. So she was like, oh, I did this planning. I wrote half of the book, and then I realized I didn't like it. So I planned it again, and I still didn't like it. So then I planned it a third time, and then I've been working on it since then. That to me, I'm like, that's tough. That's tough. I was going to say lack of representation. Represent these nuts. Get a corkboard, some paper and red string, start smoking, force Party to listen to your ravings. Oh, poor Party. I need to treat her out. I need to like buy her dinner or something. Her and Wooly and who else? Emmy. Sounds a bit inflexible. Yes. Yes, Foxy. I think if you want to commit and be productive, you have to firm up your vision and then just commit. But once again, like I said, I wrote chapter 1 and then I wrote chapter 2, and I realized I wanted to keep some details in, and I needed to add details. So I decided to separate some chapters. So you shouldn't be 100% inflexible, but you should have commitment and courage. There's a difference between being flexible and being spineless and undisciplined with your thinking. And in my opinion, if you have written halfway through your book and you realize that a major portion, like I'm talking 3/4 of it, has to be rewritten, that means that at the beginning, when you were looking at your vision, you were not tough enough with yourself. And I am not trying to weigh in here as someone who is trying to tell people how to have fun with their hobby. I'm not telling Epic how to have fun with his hobby. I'm not telling anybody here how to have fun with their hobby. I am talking about it from a professional productivity perspective here. Okay? If you are interested in putting out something and you struggle with putting something out and you're constantly questioning yourself at the 10th hour and revising unnecessarily before committing to a draft, you have a vision problem. Whether it is through lack of courage or lack of discipline or lack of thinking and preparation. It's one of those three. Sometimes it's procrastination. Sometimes it's like life just gets in the way, right? Once again, I'm not suggesting that I'm not here to beat up anybody here who is a hobby writer. I am talking about ways to approach writing from an architectural standpoint. And if this is not for you, or this doesn't fit you, if the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it, okay? This is for architects or for people who want to, like, put something out and are constantly failing to put something out, or for people who want to put something out more regularly. I am not saying that you can't slow down and struggle with writing because your life gets in the way. I know that. I experienced that myself. I'm not saying that you won't get writer's block and you won't struggle with writing the outline because of mental stress and work stress. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that if you come to me and say, Chieko, what is your advice on getting one book done? Because for the love of God, I cannot get a book done. I'm going to tell you that what she's suggesting is a really good idea, but I would break and visualize the events even further so as to avoid that point where she ran into a problem and realized, oh fuck, I made a massive error. in my initial conception. You can edit and revise your initial conception. That's what I'm saying. And then get disciplined, get courageous, be committed, and just commit. Just write it. You might be surprised. Now, maybe your conception was shit and was never going to be great, but at least you got something done. I like the idea of having a planned out goal for story, but needs to have the ability to evolve on your plan. Once again, I'm not speaking to gardeners. Just nothing compared to her Danette rantings. As soon as I mention Dorothy Danette, Party's eyes start rolling into the back of her head. It's like a trigger word, unfortunately. And she doesn't even have to say it to trigger it. Dorothy Danette and Dorothy Danette's writing gets triggered by the weirdest stuff. Poor Party. She's living in a minefield. With plot points, character builds, and ideas like to do a forest story, but I also have limited experience in fantasy book exposure. Yeah, I suffer from lack of time. When I put out my previous books, I only worked 24 hours a week. Now I'm just scratching my head. Writer's block doesn't even affect me anymore. I use zombies to break it. Yes. See, Epic, this is what I'm saying. I don't want to shit on any writer here who is struggling to find time. I'm struggling to find time. My boss was like, hey, Chieko, where's the Hamlet chorus that you promised me? And I was like, well, I got the slides done. I'm working on the teacher's notes now, so I'm not in trouble. But, life gets in the way, right? Life gets in the way. I'm not suggesting that my answer to writing is going to fix all of your problems. What I am suggesting is that her plot grid idea is grand, but it's limited because it often cannot save the author from questioning themselves, okay? So one way that you could do it is get in what we would call a substantive editor or developmental editor. So you get someone to come in and listen to your idea before you start writing the book. Now, if you are like me, and if you're like Epic, you have a sufficient amount of ego to think my story is good anyway. I believe in myself. I believe in my story. I think my story is worth telling, right? You just want to YOLO. You just want to go for it, right? You don't really care. You just want to have fun. You are not going to pay attention to a developmental editor. But if you care about getting an audience, if you care about people clicking on your book and reading it, you are going to want to either A, get a developmental editor to double check that your idea is even good to start with, or B, you're going to want to be really, really tough with yourself and really think, have I imagined every second of this book out? Now, I personally have this ability that Shay also has. I think some of you have it too, where you can mentally see a book in your head, like a movie or a PowerPoint. I see it like a movie, okay? I can see the story that I want to write like a movie in my head. If there is a scene that I haven't sat with enough, so I haven't imagined it enough, I simply need to put on some music that is appropriate, and then I need to sit and literally daydream and work on the scene inside of my head until I'm ready to write it. This is how it's going to work for me. This is how I do it. And this piece of writing that I did here, this list here, is simply the result of what I saw in my head. Sometimes I need to go talk to somebody. I believe I chatted a bit with Wooly to double check some approaches, sci-fi approaches to certain things. I talked with Emmy. I think I talked a little bit with Party. I'm not sure, because Party has also been really busy with work and other things, so I didn't want to kind of like burble on and on in her ear. But I've reached out to certain people and asked for some feedback. Some people got back to me, and it gave me enough to know where to kind of tweak things. And what I am trying to suggest is that because I've sat and thought about a lot of this quite a bit, and I did the research that I needed to do before, all that people are giving me feedback on at the stage is not the idea. The feedback that they're giving me on the stage is whether I executed it well enough. A newsflash alert, I didn't. There are some areas that I need to fix, which is normal. Right? Any writer who's like, oh, I just don't need feedback, it's just like, it's all good. Like, obviously, those writers are huffing and they're probably shitty. But this is what I'm saying is like, if you're going to come to me and talk to me like this chick is about how to outline a book with a plot grid, I'm all for the plot grid, but the plot grid is only going to be as good as you use it. And you have to be tough with yourself, because otherwise you're literally wasting your time. You might as well toss the plot grid out and just YOLO the book. Because at some point with one of her books here, she did the plot grid, but she didn't do a good enough job with it. And the plot grid ended up not helping her understand and analyze her own idea before committing to the writing. I just came in, so I haven't got the background of today's pre-content. We watched a video by Craftian, who was making some very interesting observations about modern day writing in video games like Veilguard and Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't agree with him on some of his analysis, but I do agree that some writers have weaknesses in their writing, and this writing therefore has the appearance of being character focused. From my perspective, it's not so much about the character as it is about just having a moment with the character. And it's a significant difference. And this is why when you look at certain girl boss characters, for example, like Rey Skywalker, there is nothing actually there. And when I say that not in the sense that like Luke Skywalker, who also, by the way, is slightly more archetypal in the original episode 4. The characters of Han Solo and Leia and Luke, when we initially see them, along with Obi-Wan Kenobi, are all archetypes and have significant mythological energy attached to them. So they are operating at a level higher than themselves. Rey, however, has none of that, unfortunately, and has no actual characteristics. That is to say, she reminds me a lot of Kryl from Final Fantasy XIV. There is no significant character flaw to overcome. There is no real internal dialogue. And the only internal dialogue that we have a glimpse of in terms of Rey is when she's alone in the cave and having her cave moment. But all she is told in that is, you are yourself. Like an empowerment kind of theme. But the point of the cave wasn't to be empowered necessarily. It was to be confronted with your darkness. And so, in my opinion, I don't believe that Rey had sufficient anything going on in there. But neither did she have the archetypal energy of Luke Skywalker, unfortunately. So this is where Rey fell as a character. She was therefore only created in order to stimulate nostalgic scenes that were intended to appeal to a specific audience. And the same thing possibly happened with Baldur's Gate 3. The Veilguard situation is completely different insofar as, yes, the characters are there to fulfill certain feelings within a scene, but my contention is they can't even do that. So the supposed romance scenes that Craftian was so allergic to alas, are shite. They are not even getting that right. So Failguard is literally failing in almost every single metric. I would feel that Ray is more of a stand-in for the viewer than the actual character. Yes, they're empty. They're literally contrivances of the plot. And that's why I'm saying this girl here accidentally, with the help of a plot grid, made a contrived character. So even someone who's doing their best to prepare and write a story can fall into this problem. Like, it is not easy to keep a handle on two characters, much less more than two. Like, one of the most encouraging things I heard was when people read Distortions in Time, and they told me that my secondary characters felt like they had a life of their own, separate from what the story had for them. That to me was, okay, I'm learning, I'm getting better. Because it is incredibly hard for a writer to give the sense and weight to secondary or even tertiary characters, to give them this feeling that they have a life of their own. It is very, very difficult. I don't get it all the time either. I will fail at this 110%. And this is one of the reasons why I'm saying it's so easy for people to get into an armchair and criticize about this stuff and then make assumptions about malice when this is so easily explained in terms of incompetence. There could be malice there. I'm not saying that there isn't. But in the case of Veilguard, we could very easily explain it as being high-level incompetence of the extreme degree. Was there maybe malice? Possibly. But I'm betting on incompetence. For sure. My stories are worth telling, by the way. I don't think they're worth telling. I know they are worth telling, and there's someone out there in need of hearing it. Just got to make ends meet. Absolutely epic. We're going to believe in you. We're going to cheer for you. But I will say, everybody, if anyone here is thinking, oh, I should try to outline a book with a plot grid, I do think, take a look at this chick. She came up with a really nice example here. Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat. You can check out her plot grid and try it out for yourself, see if it works for you. I definitely have used plot grids. I find plot grids to be useful, but they're only useful insofar as you're able to analyze yourself. Okay? If you can't analyze yourself, there's almost no point in doing a plot grid, right? So, yeah. Beep, beep, 12 a.m. Oh, is it already 12 a.m.? No. Okay. Ben is trying to put me into bed. Wow. The malicious thing could be putting incompetent people to make the thing, so it's more difficult to know whom to blame. Yeah, that's sure. Yep. That would be a suits then. Then we would blame the corporation for that. So TLDR, use the plot grid, but only use it if you think you have the ability to analyze yourself, to analyze your own ideas. If you can't analyze your own ideas, find a good friend to sound your ideas off of. Find somebody who will be blunt and honest with you. And if you just believe in yourself and you want to YOLO, if you're like Epic, you know your story is worth telling, you should just go for it. But if you want to use a plot grid, my recommendation is to use it properly and to use it as a way to analyze your own logic. I honestly should put my ideas on paper, but that's effort. Yeah. Serial institutional incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. It is a good question, Willie. I do think that is a very interesting question we could definitely ask, for sure. But yeah, I'm going to end things here. As much as I love hanging out with everybody, and I believe we had a good time, I am going to, I'm going to probably call it here. And yeah, I think this is a good ending. So just a reminder, May 3rd, we're going to do an Alliance raid, normal raid, lightweight Arcadian raid, and catch up on Alliance raid, I think. And we're going to talk about news that we heard from the FanFest about FF14 gameplay. And then May 5th, Lord willing, which is a Tuesday night, I will be doing the 7.5 MSQ, and then we will do lore trailer and lore breakdown reactions for Final Fantasy XIV. So that will be May 3rd and May 5th. I might pre-set up the streams so people can get notified if you're interested. We will be doing some FF14 spurging. So yeah, just a reminder. But thank you, everybody. Again, thank you for submitting content to react to. It was great hearing everybody's point of view. And yeah. Good night, all. And I'll see you around next week, I think, for another general react. Okay, take care, everybody. Bye.